Well, here we are back on VP4TV. I've had to go and get my dinner because I was watching the World Championship, the real World Championship snooker semi-final match between Mark Allen and Mark Selby, and then I looked in the lobby and I saw that this virtual World Championship snooker first round match had started, and I'm actually here for Friday Night 9-ball, but it starts in about 55 minutes time. At the moment, of course, this is the first round match. It's a race to 6, and at the moment we'll get Mr. Fox 3-0 up. Now the strange thing is Mr. Fox is a rating of 2,766, and this chap King Zaki, who according to his flag is from Morocco, has 2,308 as a rating, but I haven't really seen much of that rating, because at the moment he's just slightly in front, looking to get himself off the mark here, and that's a good safety by Mr. Fox, although there might be a gap. Let's have a look if we can get round. Now the tables all went funny. That's better. A good hit. Needs that red to keep rolling. Black is the blocker. And just a point of interest, Friday Night 9-ball at the moment, bearing in mind last week we were a number short of a full house, but we still lasted about 4 hours. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 11 in at the moment, so there's 5 spots left for this week's tournament. Good evening to Brainful Out. So, the high ratings would suggest a high quality match, but I've not really seen an awful lot of that yet. And it looks as if King Zaki's chance to get himself on the board may well have gone, especially if Mr. Fox can get himself on the blue. Still trailing by 2 points. So he needs brown, blue and pink. And that's not ideal. He's going to have to go to the end cushion and back up for the pink. He's got to watch the pace as well because of the angle that he's got in the blue. And he's overcut it, so King Zaki's chance has come again to try and get a frame in the board. Now, of course, the pink's blocked by the black. The angle in the blue is not great, and he really has to go forward, but the cue ball's got to travel an awful distance if he wants to get better on the pink somehow. I mean, he could just drop the blue in and play the cut in the pink, but that's not the easiest of shots. He might well cut his losses here and just do that, because he's having to run the cue ball, and of course now with all that top on it and not enough stun, he just went straight into the pocket. So that's a great opportunity there. Well, I say a good opportunity, but it may well be that that's it. definitely come and gone. Well, he's going to get another go, although the blue needs to slow up. Well, this is a better chance now for King Zaki. But he has to come down the short side of the pink. Now he's going to snooker himself or go in off here. And he needs to slow up big time. I think it's too far. Well, I don't know whether he can get enough of this pink. Maybe his eyes are better than mine. I think he can, but of course he didn't get it straight. He jacked up there just before he shot the ball, which wasn't good because I don't think he reset himself. So it's going to be 4-0. And that out of the frame, or what I've caught, I think it's about the closest this guy has come of getting a frame. So 4-0. Not a bad break. The only danger with the safety off the red and the left is you're going to be pushing that over the right hand corner pocket, so that's why Mr. Fox isn't interested, and I don't think he's got the legs in this. And he's way short of the pack. He was trying to run into the back of the pack there. He'll get it this time though. He said confidently, and he's still short. Well, if he gets his line wrong again for a third time, he may well run into the black and leave that red on. Good evening to Popman. I wasn't set to do any streaming other than Friday Night 9-ball tonight, so this match was arranged, you know, just before it started, I believe. It wasn't on the schedule, and I think they're pretty much about their deadline anyway as far as it goes. I don't think they had much time left to get this match played. So now we've got a red down in bulk. Well, you know, this is Selby at his best. You know, when Selby was winning world titles, this is the kind of thing he does. He will just grind and grind and grind. You know, he battled for 20 minutes, I think, and was it the first or second frame this afternoon? Needed a snooker, got it and won the frame, and of course, I think one of the frames is 45 minutes long, so they've just pulled him off there. I think they only played 5 frames out of an 8-frame session, because obviously they have to get the arena ready and the table cleaned up for the boys coming out tonight. But I mean, I enjoy watching that, because you know, you see how his mind works. But good afternoon to Slim. Well, as I said before you arrived, Slim, I didn't know this was on. It wasn't in the schedule, and when I came into the room, I went and got my dinner, and then came back and just decided to get myself set up for Friday Night 9-ball. So the way it looks here, King Zaki's maybe a bit flattered by his high rating of 2,308. That's the only conclusion I can come to. I can't quite work out how he's as high as that. And obviously as well, Mr. Fox is way up at 2,766. So I don't know how he got that high. He's a heck of a lot of wins. And not an awful lot of losses by the look of it. But like I say, it doesn't matter how high your rating is, or how many 147s you've had. That doesn't matter. That's nothing to do with match play. When it comes down to big tournaments like this, you got to prove yourself. You've got to live up to your rating. And I think he's already got himself out of shape here. Or is he on the colour? He's on the blue. I'm busy looking at the chat. So there's still a chance that we might or we might not get a full house tonight in Friday Night 9 Ball. How many is here now? We've still got 6 open seats according to that, if I'm reading it right. Now, black's out the game. It's in the vault cushion, and he's the wrong angle in the red, so he's going to have to get right into this cue vault to get out of there. And then he has to rely on getting some sort of position on a colour. That's never guaranteed. He might be nailed to the yellow. As will Mr. King Zaki in a second or two. He's just going to be stuck on it. So that run ends on 31. And in case I've missed anything, what I'm going to do is I'm going to tab out for a second. I'm just going to go to 1, 2, hang on, 2, 3. I'm just going to go to the event and have a quick look at the stats, because just to double check in case there's been any high run. Yeah, the highest run is still Barker's with 76, and then it's Matt on 66. And what stub on is that? 65. So there's definite room for improvement there. And Mr. Fox is, well, he's got a whole heap of points here to be had. King Zaki may well be put back in again until Mr. Fox gets something that's a bit more agreeable in terms of what he leaves here. Good afternoon to Cobra. Or good evening. Well, I'll say this, that could have finished worse than that. He's actually probably got away with this, I think. Yeah, I think he's got away with it. So King Zaki, 4-0 down. It seems like a lost cause already. I've not seen an awful lot to suggest that he's going to get himself back in this, but you know, stranger things can happen. But he's going to have to start doing it now, and he's going to have to immediately get himself a pot on this yellow probably go forward. I don't know what the angle's like because I haven't went round, but go forward and get up the table high enough for that red, and don't go behind the blue. No, it isn't 9-ball because the 9-ball tournament doesn't start until another 40 minutes. Oh yes, that's why I'm here, Slim, yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm here. I'm here to do Friday Night 9-ball. Now I wonder who WD is. Not when you're typing in stubbish, you're not. My name is Shug, not Mug. Ha ha ha. So, Mr. Fox. What is he? What's he in the lead? What? 23 in front. Now this pink, he can get over to the reds here. He's had a bump, that'll do. Now I noticed that that Tam signed up for the bank tournament. I don't know whether that's it now, got the minimum amount it needs to go. The deadline is sometime tonight. I haven't looked at the deadline, but I believe it's sometime tonight. Might be late on my time. Got to make a quick drink after this frame. 5-minute break. Or a mid-session interval, whatever you want to call it. So, Mr. Fox 5-0 up. You know, if you were looking at the start of this match, and I wasn't here for the start of it, but if you came into this room and you saw two players, one at 2,700 odd and one at 2,300 odd, you'd be settling down thinking, well, we're going to see some good snooker here and some decent runs, but I don't think there's been any at all. I might be wrong. We'll check the stats at the end of the match to see if Mr. Fox or if, well, obviously King Zaki hasn't done anything because he's not won a frame. Right, so we're going to have an interlude, and while we do, I'm just going to tab to the lobby, if I can get the tab to work, and press / show banners. So here's another little lesson for you guys that don't remember this. You type / to open the chat, and then / again, and then SB to show the banners. And I don't know whether this Masters League thing's going to go ahead. I think it's going to die a death, because there's nobody got the bottle to create their own team. And me being an umpty, I created one very first time, not a problem. Not in this league, obviously, but in the very first one we did. How many we got? What's that? 15 or 16 open seats, it says. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Well, Cobra signed up. And as I said, Tam signed up earlier on. I reckon Stubbs got a very strong chance of winning that. I do. I mean, he will bank well. He's on a table that he's very familiar with. He's certainly, again, it's a game where he's got a very strong chance of winning. And when you consider, see, the other thing you've got to consider the fact that there is tactics involved in it, where you've got to keep the table safe, where you don't leave banks. And I wonder if Stubb will use that strategy, or whether he's just going to blast away and try and make a bank every time he comes to the table. Because when you're playing banks, and I don't play it, and I don't even recall ever playing it, but I do know that you've got to make sure that you're not leaving banks on for your opponent. Welcome to Mark. How do you break in banks? I haven't a clue, Mark, but I would imagine it'd be a bit like a straight pool break, where you don't want to burst the pack open, and you just want to paddle about for a few minutes until somebody makes a mistake. I certainly wouldn't be. I wouldn't be smacking the pack wide open. I think that would be fatal. I'd be breaking on the right hand side of the pack with loads of left English, and catching the corner ball, and trying to leave the cue ball in the corner. Is that? See, I don't even know that's what you do in the game. I would have just broke to keep it tight, but you just smack them open and then you get a go. Is that the rule? I mean, you get 2 shots at the beginning of bank pool, because obviously if you smack them open, what happens, Cobra, if you smack them open and the ball goes in? That's not a bank. I presume it comes back up and gets spotted. But if you pot a ball, it gets spotted, and then you stay at the table. Right, Mr. Fox is back. It gets spotted next shot. But what I'm saying is that if you break off and pot a ball, that allows you to have another shot, and after your next shot the ball gets spotted. Is that what you're saying? Or after you've completed your visit? I haven't a clue. I have not the foggiest idea. Right. So Mr. Fox breaking off in frame number 6, which may well be the final frame of this match, and that should take us nicely around to pretty much almost the top of the hour. And King Zaki has a go. Now this cue ball, if it runs far enough, well, it's ran actually too far, because you would like to have a slightly straighter angle in that green so that you could pot it and run through and get that red at the back of the pack. Oh, you know why that is, Napnicker? You've never seen a room up with bank pool on it. You've never seen anybody play it. A bit like, well, I mean, I've seen the odd Honolulu room up, but that's a rarity as well. But I think Honolulu would be a good championship, because that brings imagination and creativity into it, to create shots and, you know, little caroms, combos, all of that stuff, banks. It's got everything in it. Well, quit while you're ahead, Cobra. Let's have a quick look. Assuming this match is going to end up the way we think it's all going to end up, let's have a look and see the bracket and see who Mr. Fox gets next. Let's have a look. Where are we? Oh, that's why Matt's in. That's why Matt's in spying. Well, Mr. Fox will have to up his game then, as will Matt. So that'll be a proper test for Mr. Fox. So it will. Seems very much to me that this King Zaki guy, I don't know, but maybe he just plays among friends and keeps beating them and building his rating up. I don't know, it's the only thing I can gather from it. Well, this would be the biggest shock in World Championship snooker history, and I've been watching the World Championship snooker since when it went to the Crucible. I've been watching it since 1977, and well, even before that, whenever they showed it in the television. But I've watched it all those years. I've never missed it. And in all those years, you've had players like Terry Griffiths, who was a qualifier. He came through and won it. But Terry Griffiths wasn't 20 years old. This young boy has done absolutely nothing all season. He actually came on the tour, and after the first season he lost his card, and then he had to qualify again. He's done nothing all season. You've not seen him in any other tournaments. Other than the fact that he beat Murphy in the first round of that tournament earlier on in the season, where Murphy had a moan about him being an amateur at the time. So he didn't have his card then, and now he's got a healthy lead against Luca Brissell. Well, that is a valid point, Matt. But I mean, the guy is playing so good that he'd need to have a. I mean, he just seems to be that his level would have to drop through the floor for him not to be somebody to really take notice of in the coming seasons. He is only 20. He's still learning the craft. Because the thing is that, you know, if he gets to the final and he looks pretty good at the moment, don't forget what Luca Brissell did against Ronnie O'Sullivan in that final session. And Luca Brissell's going to have to come out firing. The problem with Luca Brissell is there's firing the way he does it, and then there's all the mistakes that he makes in amongst it. The problem is that this boy is more than good enough to be taking full advantage of it, and which he's done to a fair chunk of the match at the moment. So it's a tall order for Brissell to get back in it. He needs to get in straight away, get a good start, get 2 quick frames on the board, and try to nip closer to him to see how he then reacts when he starts realising that he's getting closer to the finish line, but Brissell's hot in his tail, to see whether he starts to show signs of nerves. He doesn't really look as if it's going to faze him an awful lot, but it will be the biggest shot in snooker history. if he was to go through to the final and win it. The only thing I would say about that is that, you know, if he gets through to the final, he's going to be up against a completely different animal in the final, whether he plays Selby or Mark Allen, because you know, those are seasoned professionals. They know the game inside out. They know their craft, and they know how to stifle a player and keep him out of the game. It's a different game then if he's playing any of those two in the final. So it's still a tall order for him to win it. But he pots amazing balls. Don't forget, this boy's highest break is still only about 130 or something. You know, his highest professional break. I think he broke it during the tournament. I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty certain he's now got a higher break than he had before he started this tournament. So I'll be I won't be overly surprised if he won the event, but I think his chances of winning it his odds are a lot longer when he's got to play Selby or Mark Allen in the final, because they will have been keeping an eye on him, and you know, Selby in particular, he knows how to win when it matters, and they'll have him in all sorts of trouble. Allen will do that as well. Look at Russell, hasn't done that. You know, he's not been involved in a big strategy match, and that's one thing that it would end up being. There'd be an awful lot of stuff for him to think about if he plays either of those two. Well, that was a good shot if he played it. Little billiard off the yellow with the pink. I don't think he's got any other shot though, but he's only 1 point behind. He's went for the double, which you never do in snooker, not unless you won the frame. Yeah, it ends on Monday, always ends on the bank holiday. Well, if this guy's got a high run of 131, as I say, he's not lived up to it though. He's not lived up to his rating. And he looks as if he's heading to the one-loss side pretty soon. Well, the red between the green and brown is blocked. It won't get into either pocket there, so you need to get really good on it to try and pot it. The fact that he tried to pot the blue there and drag the cue ball to the top rail to go on that red, that was a really tough ask. I don't think, I think there was a better way to play that red there that he's played, because he's given Mr. Fox a chance to nail him to the brown. He hasn't quite done it. Now, what King Zaki doesn't want to do here is try to get around the corner and up the table and go in off in that top right-hand corner pocket, because he's going to give ball in hand in the D and Merry Christmas, Mr. Fox. Well, King Zaki has not only missed the red, he's then went in off in the middle pocket, and he's done exactly what I said he might end up doing, but in a roundabout way. In fact, I never looked, but that red's blocked, so it won't go either. So it's not quite a ball in hand gift that Mr. Fox has got. I thought that top red squeezed past, but it doesn't. It's blocked. King Zaki says, to be honest, that's my worst match since years. I still say, out of the 4 players left in the World Championships, the real one, Selby's the favourite. He's got a 1 frame advantage over Mark Allen. They're going to have to make up those frames they didn't play, so I don't know that they're going to come back on tonight. It'd be a bit crazy for them to come back on tonight. They might just add those frames on to their next session. So we are 20 minutes away from Friday Night 9-ball. Let's just tab back to the sign up page and see how many's left, how many seats are left. There's 1 seat left for Friday Night 9-ball, that's good. And let's have a look at who's in. We've got Bankster, Brainful Out, Chimpy, Coldest Pillow, DJ Redo, Houdini, Jess Dev, John Boo, Larry, Slim, Sargo, Sergresh, Spectre Dawn, Stefan and Travelling TT. So with 20 minutes to go, it looks good for a full house. Well, King Zaki has an 11-point lead. And he's left himself straight in the yellow, but this is just a little dab back for the green. Well, he's going to roll through for it in the side. And this is good for the brown, so he's, am I going to tempt fate and say he's looking good to win his first frame? Consolation frame possibly. So he's definitely won his first frame. Just drop this blue down the rail. That doesn't matter because he's now snookered Mr. Fox, so this match isn't over yet. It is now. Well, this frame I should say, not match. Well, the match isn't over yet, but the frame is over. I'll get it right eventually. Well, this is now over the pocket, so we'll just drop that in. I wonder what that boy's odds were at the start of the tournament. It'd be interesting if there was a page up on the internet that showed you the odds for these players at the start of the event. He'd probably be, they might have had him at, 200 to 1, or I don't know. They'd be pretty long odds, I would imagine. And they'll be shortening all the time, the further he goes away from Luca Brissell. Now, King Zaki says, can I take a 10-minute break toilet? I'm thinking, well, what the hell's he doing in the toilet for 10 minutes? Either that or it's a long walk to get to it. Maybe King Zaki's planning on a long evening here. Maybe he's going to get his act together and start playing. That might be the idea. Well, while we're waiting on him coming back, he ain't going to sit looking at that. So let's go in and have a look at Brainfill out and Chimpy. if we can get in. Well, we're sticking with the green cloth because we're at the snooker table. Or we're going back to it anyway. So, I don't even know what tournament this is. Is this the Friday Night 9-ball warm-up tournament? I think it is. Races to 5, handicap. Brainful Out is getting the 7 ball as his extra money ball. He's got ball in hand. And I think if he's got the angle, he would stun this, and he's going to leave the 3 long. And this is needing to slow up. The further it goes, it's actually fine. I thought the 5 was a lot tighter than that. The problem now is you've got to hold the cue ball though. Yeah, and that 5 ball's way offline. Quick refresh. Still 1 spot left. And still 15 minutes to go. You never know, somebody might turn up. Well, that was a great chance there for Brainful Out to get off the mat. Well, to get a second rack in the board, I should say. Blew it in the 5 ball. 4 and 8 ball goes in. Cut back in the 1. Now there is a path around the table here. The path is behind the 7 ball. And it needs to miss the 3. Well, that's not bad. That'll do, because you can just drop the 2 in. You don't need to thump this, you just drop it in. Or hang it over the pocket like that. So again, a chance for Brainful Out. Well, again, you know, you've got more work to do with the cue ball at this distance. You know, that cue ball should have been a lot further up the table to make it easier to control the cue ball to have a decent shot on that 5. Well, that's the odds now, and that wasn't the odds at the start of the tournament though. I think that's worth a Google. There's bound to be a page on the web that shows you the odds at the beginning of the, you know, prior, you know, once the draw was made, once they knew who got who. I'm sure there must be a page with the pre-tournament odds. I would love to see that, because I'd love to see what that size odds were at the beginning. I mean, the bookies don't go that crazy, because obviously there's only 32 players at the beginning of the event. So the bookies are not going to do something completely crazy, but I would imagine it'd been about 250 to 1 or something to win it. Which you know, if you had a quid on that, and I'm sure there'd be quite a few people would have done that and stuck a quid on them here or there. Especially, you know, the local Chinese in this country, because they all like a gamble. So they do it. Anyway, I don't know whether that was the final or not. Well, we'll try and head back into this room and see if they're underway again. No, we're waiting on them coming back. So this match tomorrow night between Mr. Sharkey and Semi-Pro, that goes ahead at 8 PM British Summertime. Slim, I think said he would be around to do that. It's starting too late for me. I've not seen Mr. Sharkey playing snooker, but I'm hedging my bet saying that he's certainly not played. If this is a Mr. Sharkey name that I recognise, I'm sure there was a Mr. Sharkey in VP3. He's only been back in VP4 for maybe, what, a couple of weeks. So I would reckon his odds are fairly long in getting a result tomorrow against Semi-Pro. Unless he's one of these secretive players that's been playing for years offline and he's brilliant. So, looking at the one-loss side, Stubb plays, is that Lard? And I think poor old Lard got a doing in his first match. I think it was a whitewash. Yeah, I would expect. Oh no, that was Linus. I'm reading that wrong. Hang on a minute. Who did Lard beat? Or who beat him? Oh, that is crazy. It was Stubb that beat him. No, it wasn't. I'm reading that wrong. It was Linus that beat Lard 6-0. Right. Anyway, I would think Stubb will fancy his chances in that match. So it sounds as if we're back underway. And Friday Night 9-ball is full again. Quick look at the bracket. And we've got Houdini against Jezdev, Larry almost at the top of the bracket again against Bankster, Stefan against Sargo, Chimpy against John Boo, Sergeresh against Coldest Pillow, DJ Redo against Vertical Liquid. Oh, there's a match we're going to watch. One Pocket Slim Inspector Don and Brainful Out against Travelling TT. So that's us got our match to go watch. Good evening to Coldest Pillow. Well, I've got the feeling that that match could be a bit of a bloodbath for Semi-Pro. I'm hedging my bets and saying that that's where it probably will be. So Mr. Fox with a 5-1 lead in this race to 6. And let's have a look. Yeah. Let's see that yellow. He's going to have to go across the table twice here, I think. That needs to keep going. That's not bad. Now this is just a little drop in and you're on the black. Oh, he's coming around the corner. Now, he's gone a wee bit higher than he needs. But this black, with a little tad of right, not an awful lot, will take you into the pack. The problem is, it's one of those sort of flat packs again. It might not break too good. And he's the wrong side of the blue to pot the blue and sort of hold over this side for this red and smack into the pack and get up for a colour. So he's not sitting great, so I think he's going to talk himself into taking the black. Bit of right English on it, but not too hard. And he's missed him completely. I think he needed a bit more pace. But he's now, maybe he did try to miss him completely, but the distance he is away from the red suggests he tried to bump the pack. But this is good to get them open. Now he just needs a bit of luck in a colour, and he's fine. Although the black's now dead in the water, and the pink's no good either. So we're seeing the big point colour's been tied up very rapidly. Oh, good evening to Larry. I'm going to tab out for a second because nobody has gone and Googled to find out the odds prior to the tournament. Hang on. I've gave up that idea. I'd have to trawl through a bucket load of pages to find anything. So we're about 4 minutes away from our first match in Friday Night 9, but I'll just shut that web page down 2 seconds. Get rid of that. I'll need to get my phone ready. I've got my phone on charge at the moment, but I want to get it up and running to keep an eye on the snooker as well. Not this match, I'm talking about the Luca Brissell third session with Sai Jaware, whatever his name is. I mean, this is a young boy, can't speak a word of English, 20 years old, and he's heading in the right direction to the World Championship final. Unbelievable. From virtually nowhere. Where's the cue ball going, says John Virgo. And Mr. Fox has a chance. I'm going to jinx him straight away, but he has a chance of getting a high break here, although he's going to have to move something. And he's tried to bump the red and black, I think, and get on that red. Oh, that's a disaster, I think. That was a good effort. He was hoping to get a lucky roll there and still leave himself on that red near the cushion. And whatever he does now is going to be really awkward. Well, now's the time to jack up with the W key and play that red up into the top corner. He's going for the double, but if you jack up, use the W key, line up the shaft of the cue, you can have a go at that one up the table. It might still double. So there goes the high break opportunity, but it's a comfortable 45-point lead at the moment. The black's still not great. And I don't think that King Zaki, can he get that red? Yes, he can. Well, it's better now. Quick look at these 3 reds. that one at the back will go if you were sitting good on it. Now this just needs a wee stunt. Let's have a look at the angle. He's a bit, again, this is a good enough angle. It's enough if you stun this hard to get over there for that red. You got to stun it hard though, and trust how the stun works. If you don't trust it, then you start running. Yeah, he's stunned it. He's actually got into it with too much top. I don't think he executed that very well, because if you stun it, you know, from the centre cue ball, he's had too much top in the cue ball, and that's why it's ran. And now he's, well, I don't even think the black goes. Let's have a look. Oh, it's really tight. Really, really tight. Yeah. That's what he wanted to do later on, is open up those reds. But Mr. Fox can drop this one into the side. He could take that one up table. And a little roll through. He'll miss the pink, I think. He'll be up for the blue. Take the one in the side. He'll be down for the blue or the yellow probably. And this match is pretty much over, because the two reds are wide open. He's got an easy yellow, easy red into the middle, blue to follow that, and he can drop down on whatever red he wants to drop down on next after it. So this first round match is complete. It's all over bar the shouting. The fat lady is singing, and if you're King Zaki, the shit has hit the fan. So a comfortable first round for Mr. Fox. It will be a bigger test in round two, we know that. I'll be looking forward to trying to catch that match between Mr. Fox and MC_Clarkey. So snookers are required, needless to say, and when this red goes in, that is it, all finished. So well done to Mr. Fox. We will head into our match that we're going to go to in the first round. Where the hell is the thing? Why did I lose Friday Night 9-ball? Where's the calendar? Why is it taking so bloody long as well? In fact, where's Friday Night 9-ball? There it is. Right, now we'll change the cloth colour. So we're in the first rack, scratch match, no handicap. One pocket slim from the USA, Spectre Dawn from the UK. And Spectre Dawn looks as if he's going to have the first rack on the board. and I'll get my phone and get the snooker on. If I don't tie up my headphone cable with my seat. Just a minute. Well, the players haven't been introduced yet. And meanwhile, Spectre Don is doing what he does. Good evening to Tam. Are you going to be the dark horse in this bank tournament, Tam? Are you going to be the CJ way of the bank pool tournament? No, I never saw him lose his temper, no. Mind you, I would have probably had my head down eating at the time. Oh, I seen it there. They've just showed me it. They've just showed the replay. He had a swing at the cue ball with his cue and knocked it off the table. I saw that. They're just showing the highlights of the first of the afternoon session. I think he's getting a bit frustrated, the boy. But again, he's his own worst enemy. He's brilliant as long as he's potting balls, but he makes far too many mistakes, and that's why he's been picked off. And the one thing that was pointed out by a lot of the commentators and the pundits was the fact that CJ Way has won a lot of frames, so he hasn't had to, you know, do an awful lot to get in. He's been let in pretty much all of them. Might be the odd one or two where he's had to pot a long red to get started, but I think everything else has been a mistake by Brissell that's let him in. But like I say, that's not how it will go in the final. If he gets to the final, it won't be like that. It'll be a completely different game with a much better pedigree of player who will put him through the mill. I've got no doubt of that. Well, when they pronounce Ding's surname, it's Ding Junhui, or Ding Junhui, and CJ Hui looks like the way you pronounce this boy's name, or Jai Hui, what is it, Jaihui, something like that. So into rack number 2, or well into it pretty much, but Spectre Dawn is hooked in the 3. Welcome to Travelling TT. And that might, I don't know whether that's, I think it can still get cut in. Problem is the cue ball's running in the wrong direction here. You've got to get the cut, and the cue ball's leaking away. No, Mark, I went on, I brought up the browser there. Obviously, when I'm tabbed out, it should go to a black screen or the screensaver, and I don't want to do that, but I'm sure I'm going to do it probably tomorrow when I go home. I want to find out what this boy's odds were before the tournament. There's bound to be a web page that shows it. I couldn't really find it. I didn't want to spend too much time trawling through to find it. I'm guessing it'll be about 250 to 1 or something like that. But he'll definitely not be that now, I know it. Now, do you want the sarcastic answer or do you want a proper answer? The sarcastic answer is a wooden one with a tip on the end of it. Well, it's not just the cue that you use. Don't forget you can buy shafts. You can buy the low deflection shafts in VP4. You don't just have to buy the cue and use the shaft that comes with the cue. If you buy yourself the low deflection shaft, I think it's Tiger. Is it the Tiger shafts? I think I'll get 2 of them. Not that it makes a jot of difference in VP4 as far as I can see. What is what? Well, if you go to the store, you can browse through the cues and the shafts. You can filter it down just so that you can find the shafts. I mean, there's just like there's a couple of duplicates. Steve put in the black ferrule shaft tips, but he hasn't put in a completely black cue that I asked for him to do. He's never doing that. But he did put in a black ferrule low deflection shaft. Right, the players are getting introduced now. Now, loads of room for the 5 ball to go in past the 8. Looks like the angle, let's have a look at the angle from this side. Now, what is Slim doing? Is he looking at it into the side pocket, or is he busy doing something at the moment? To me, all you do is just roll that in, or has he lost his connection? Just roll the 5 in, the cue ball goes to about there. He's actually not rolled. Oh no, I was right enough. Slim did disconnect. That was quick. Now we're back to square one. Now he can play it better. Now he's had 2 goes at it. He's got a much better line in the 6 ball. How about that? That's how you rectify matters. Just do a quick disconnect and you get to repeat your shot. So CGI Way is 11-5 in front. Luca Brissell, first shot at the table, he pots a red, he's on the green. And there's like 3 reds in the open, so he's going to be looking for a smack soon enough. Welcome to semi-pro. Oh well, we're doing okay until you arrive, semi-pro, because everybody hates you, remember? So 2 racks to 1 to Slim. Did I miss something there? I thought Slim was just trying to square the match. Right, see you later, Semi. I definitely must have missed something. Mind you, I've been looking at my phone to get this snooker up and running, so I probably did miss something. Now, is it the billiard or is it a combo? It was the attempted combo. And this might be a wee bit tricky. I think he can get a fair chunk of the 1 ball and still knock the 7 in, but he might end up getting a double kiss in the 1. That's what he's trying to do, I think. And then in the end, I'm not sure what he tried to do, whether it was just a case of trying to keep it safe. Maybe that's what he was doing. Well, Slim thinks he's got enough room just to get without hitting the point. Yeah, that was well done. Now, quick look at the 4 ball. Well, that 4 ball will go past the 5. It has to be dead weight past it and cheat the pocket, but he's trying to get down the bottom end here to get a cut on it. Well, he must be. And no sooner do I look back at my phone and I see that that Luca Brissell is back in his seat and CGI Ways at the table. He must have been in off as he get ball in hand to the D, I think he has. And there's a red over the pocket, so much for Luca Brissell's good start to the night session. Now, does Slim make a move here and get a bump on this 8 ball and still have a shot in the 7? I think that would be what I'd be trying, unless the 8 ball goes. Tell a lie, I think the 8 ball goes. It goes perfectly clean. I thought it was blocked. So he'll just go forward, or he'll come back, whatever he's comfortable with. You don't want to come back too far. See, this has got to be hit nice and pure past that 9, and it is. So Spectre Don's in a wee. I'll say that again. He's under a wee bit of pressure. Now trailing by 3 racks to 1. And the 2 ball goes in. Oh, that 3 ball, if it goes out of the way, which it has done. And Slim is looking good. 2 ball has gone, 1 ball is on. 3 balls in the middle of the table. So really that's, at the moment, that's the first issue, is just getting on the 3. But the other thing is the 6 ball is definitely blocked this time by the 7. So that's going to be the end goal. Well, he hasn't got to the 3 ball as far as potting the 1 and getting on it is concerned. Well, that was not a gimme either, that cutting the 1. But Slim can't see the 1. And now he's looking for, is he trying to get in the gap between the 6 and 7? He's had a look at that. The gap is there to do it. In fact, going that way, he's got a chance of knocking the 1 ball in the side pocket. I think that's the way I would go, just to try and maybe knock it into the side. Oh, he's going to scratch off the 7. So, Spectre Don's got his first real opportunity here to rescue this situation before it gets out of hand. Presuming he can see the 3, yes he can. Now he would like to get into the cue ball. He's probably just going to have to run forward because the 9 ball was sort of in the way there. Just a little dink in the side and back out. So, Slim's giving Spectre Dawn his chance. How much of an advantage can Spectre Dawn make of it to get right back into the match? He's going to be trailing by 1. He'll have the break. So rack number 5, sorry, 6. I'll get it right soon enough. 3 ball goes in. He's going to have a cut in the 1, and he's going to have to play a good one again, I think, because the 2 balls again limited where it's going. Now, how would I play this? I think you've just got to try and go over to the 9 ball and back out. Oh, there's a cue ball. There's still a bug in the handicap system. How's that, Larry? You mean you're talking about Friday night 9 ball? Well, there's no quick results come through so far in tonight's tournament. That's 21 minutes we're into the tournament, so there's no quick results so far. Well, this is a tester for Spectre Dawn. Trying to miss the traffic, and he's ran straight into the 6. Well, he's got the bank. It's a good bank, this 5 ball. He's got to run the cue ball around and out for the 6 though. Well, it's going to be a thin cut. If I scratch on break and make opponent handicap ball, it doesn't come back up. Yeah, if you break and you keep the cue ball on the table and his ball goes down, it does come back up. That's correct, isn't it, Larry? So what you're really saying is that if the handicap with a money ball is working correctly, it shouldn't matter whether you scratch in the break or not. If you do pot his ball, it should come back up. Well, you know the next line, don't you? If you haven't already done it, contact support. Well, CJ Wave just cleared the black, and he's already building up a little lead here in the first frame of the session. Now, in theory, he could win this match tonight. In this session, with a session to spare, he could get to the final tonight, and there's a strong chance of that happening. I mean, he's 11-5 in front. He's good odds to be 12-5 in front, and he only needs another 5 frames to go through to the final. Could all be over tonight. Are you talking about me? Well, I won't have Steve on Discord until whenever my next match is. He might be on me Slim tomorrow night. I think he said he might want to watch the match with Semi Pro and Mr. Sharky. So if he does, he'll be in with Slim on Discord tomorrow night. So I mean, I might come in for the first hour or so, but I won't be streaming it. Slim will be doing it if he wants to. Now, if anybody's wanting to watch the snooker, believe it or not, that Chinese website that I can't remember who gave me the link for it, but they're streaming this live, although it's obviously Chinese commentary, but the quality of the stream is superb, and they're actually ahead of me. I'm watching on the BBC iPlayer, and their stream is actually quicker than what I'm seeing. So if anybody wants to watch the snooker and they can't watch it, but they don't mind the Chinese commentary, you'll get a very good high quality stream. I can get you the link. I'll just tab out and get it and post it in the lobby. But if you're not interested, I won't bother. But you can watch this young Chinese boy trying to get to the final, and he's already he's won the first frame of the night, so he's 12-5 in front. It's just the formalities of the colours he's on now. That's true, Slim. He'll be messing about with the table for days on end. Yeah, tell him. Yeah, it depends how you word it. Tell him there's a physical problem with the handicap, Steve. Well, I think the question needs to be asked to Steve is, first of all, is you have to approach it in a different way. You have to ask Steve the question, and I would go about it this way. I would say, Steve, if I'm breaking off in a match where I'm giving my opponent, say the 7th ball as an extra money ball, if I break off and you know, what you've got to do is get them to agree to something first of all. So this is how to go about it, Larry. You say, Steve, if I break off in a money ball handicap match and my opponent is getting a 7 ball as his extra money ball, if I break off and I pot his money ball in the break, does it come back up on the table? And Steve's going to say yes. Right. So then the follow-up question is, right, Steve, if I break off and his money ball is still the 7 ball, and I pot his money ball in the break, but I scratch my cue ball, what should happen next? That then puts the ball into Steve's corner, and then he comes up with the answer. Now, if his answer is, right, well, if it goes into the pocket, if you scratch and his money ball goes in, he gets ball in hand and his money ball comes back up. Now, if he says that, then you've got him in a corner. That's how to ask him. You've got him right in a corner. And, well, there is a result come through. Brainful Out has gone through 7 racks to 0. As has Stefan. Was that 7-6? Am I reading that wrong? It's 7-6. Stefan goes through against Sargo. So we've got 2 results. But that's exactly how I would ask him. You know, you ask him the first question, you get him to agree with the first question, because the first question is obvious. You know, will it come back up? And he'll say yes. And then you ask him the second one, and if he says yes to that, then you've got him nailed. You have got him nailed, and you know, because he's already agreed to you and he's confirming that the ball should come back up on the scratch break, then that's it. He can't deny it. He can't turn around and tell you it's your system. Well, we've got Slim on the hill and Spectre Don with a lot to do, but he's got the most important part. He's got the break. 5 ball goes in the side. 9 ball almost got bumped in. It would have come back up. But he's got a cut in the one. A cut in the one, and it all hinges on how he gets on this 2 ball. And well, this is going to be touchy because he can pot the 2. That isn't the issue. He's going to have to find a little gap, and that's perfect. Just drop through nicely onto the 3, and likewise, he's got to go further away from the 4. Excuse me, that's my dinner coming back on me. Well, bump the 8 would be perfect. That's fine, and looking very good now. I'll have a quick drink. Well, Spectre Don's dealt with a little problem that he had in this rack, and it is all looking good. Just got to get nice on the 8 ball, and that's nice enough. Although he's a bit straight, so he can just come straight back to the rail and back out for safety's sake. Sergaresh goes through 7 racks to 5. So this is one of the slowest matches tonight. Half an hour old. And it's dry this time, but oh, there, speak of the devil, there Steve arrived in the room. Let me just tab out for a second. I don't believe that he's in Discord, but I'll just tab out for a second and boot it up and see if he is. If I can get this to work. Hang on a minute. Here's the bloody thing. That's it. 2 seconds. No, he's not. I was going to grill him if I had him there. I would have grilled him for you, Larry. Good evening to Repetition. Well, looks all but over here if Slim can get nice on this 5 ball and get the angle to get up for the 6, which he's got. So this is just, I would put top and a wee bit of right on it. Not an awful lot, because you don't need an awful lot. that's pretty good. Could have done with going another few inches, but he's almost there. And another result through. Bankster goes through 7-6 against Larry, sorry. Not Lard. So the danger man with a handicap is always Bankster. Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say that. You might find that you settle in pretty quickly having a go at the banks. Just remember, don't slam the banks. Oh, he slopped to 7, did he? Oh, disaster. So Slim goes through, and there are all the results that come through. I think this is the last one to finish there. They're all through now. We'll get Chimpy going through in a final rat decider as well. So a whole stack of results just come through there. That's probably all the first round matches over. Let's have a look. Yeah, well that one's just about to update, so oh no, wait a minute, DJ Redo and Vertical Liquid are still going at it. Right, let's do a set in the clock there. In fact, there's another match that's still going. Houdini is 6-2 up, is that, against Jezdev. Bankster waiting in the winner of that. We've got Stefan waiting in the winner. Oh no, Chimp. Aye, that result's still not updated. Chimpy's already won, is he not? And it still hasn't updated. What the hell's going on here? That's taken an age. That's better. Right. And has that defaulted to 60 seconds? No, it hasn't. Right, so we've got DJ Redo and Vertical Liquid still playing. We've got Slim against Brainful Out. Brainful Out getting whatever that is. I can't read it. Is it the 6 ball or the 8 ball? And we've got Spectre Dawn against Travelling TT. Now that should be interesting to watch because Travelling TT's getting a stack of money balls here. And it's only a race to 4, so Spectre Dawn is immediately on the rack here. What's he getting? He's getting 7 and out, Travelling TT. And he's gone too far, I think. Well, if he can get the cue ball out of the way, he can cross bank that, he can cross double it. You know, you can cut it and get it into the pocket there. You've got to get the cue ball out of the way without hitting the double kiss. I don't know what he's trying here. He's trying to come back that way. Aye, well, he didn't pick the line. Probably hit it too hard as well. That new trimmer, I've got. It's ideal for my head. It's ideal for my face. It charges up by USB, so I just plug into the PC. It's perfect, and it's also got a little digital display that tells you how much is left in the charge. It was only what, 12 quid or something. Ordered it on the Monday. It was here on the Wednesday. Perfect. That saves you. I mean, 12 quid's not a lot to pay if it saves you going to a barber's to get it done. I mean, my hair's actually longer now using that trimmer than what I was, because my old trimmer died. It died, so I actually was using what do you call it, a blade. I was shaving my head with I had my head all covered in shaving foam, shaving gel, and I was actually shaving my head, it gives you the proper look of Brazil look. So I was like Telly Savalas, but now I've got a sort of little bum fluff on my head now, which is the way it was when I had the old trimmer. But as I've always said, you know, if I went to bed and woke up and all my hair was lying in the pillow the next morning, I'd be quite happy, because it saves a lot of messing about. So, Spectre Dawn trying to survive the hard way in Friday Night 9-ball, having lost that first match against Slim. And he's under pressure all the way through this, because if he makes one mistake at the wrong time in any rack, then it gives Travelling TT a great chance just to pinch racks here, but there's not an awful lot of time to do that because it is only a short race. And there's that other result through, one that was still outstanding. Houdini has beaten Jez Dev 7-2. And meanwhile, CJ Wee is 13 frames to 5 in front. He is going to drill Luca Brissell. This match may well be finished tonight if Brissell doesn't start getting in and scoring. So that young boy's going to get a day off. So he is before the final. Well, no repetition. Now I don't know the rules of banks because I don't think I've ever played it. But Cobra was saying earlier, because I had the same idea as you. Somebody asked earlier on. I think it was Mark. I think it was Steve-O that asked, and I said, well, I think it might be best to break like a straight pull break. You know, try and keep the cue ball in the corner and put loads of left English on it if you're breaking from the right hand side, and try and kill the cue ball in the corner. And Cobra said no. What you do is you what the game allows you to do is you smash the balls open, and if a ball goes down, you stay at the table, and you can then play your first bank. And I think after your visit, the ball comes back up. I think that's what Cobra said. But not having tried it, I can't confirm or deny it. But Cobra's been in practicing, but I don't know whether he's actually played against somebody. I think he was practicing on his own. Steve will know the answers. He only wrote the code for the game and put in the rules. Well, I would imagine that be the sort of standard thing where if you do have to, if the rule says that you have to get balls to a rail, yes, so you have to just smack it open. Now, obviously, the way I see it, if you smack it open and you come up dry, then that's it. That might be your only shot at the rack. But then again, if you guys are paying attention, is it here's another question. Is bank pull not a short rack and a long rack choice? Because I think that's part of the game. I think you can have a short rack and a long rack, like the full 15 balls. Am I right or am I right? I'm pretty certain you can have a long rack and a short rack. And I don't even know whether this tournament, this bank pool tournament's a long rack or a short rack. I'm sure you can have 15 balls or you can have 10 balls. Something like that. Or am I mixing it up with another game? Where's the cue ball going? In the hole. So it's short rack, right? So it is, you can have long rack and short racks, right? I knew that much about bank pool, but I think the only reason we know that is because I can remember we maybe did a bit of testing on it, but that was about it. Oh, now this needs to travel. And he's just got there. Just got there. So it's looking comfortable at the moment. for Spectre Dawn to survive at least one more round. But these races to 4 can really turn quickly. We've seen it happen a good few times in the past. So it's come up dry. Travelling TT has got a thin cut into the side. Now the cue ball should get back up the table clean here off that short rail at the top. But he's missed the cut. Now, Spectre Dawn will just kill the cue ball here, I'd imagine. Jack up a bit, I would think, or is he going to roll through? I would jack up a bit. Yeah, he stunned it, yeah. Well, the 5 to the 6 ball, is he going to try and get in between the 8 and 9, or is he just going to come up the table, back up to here to leave the cut? That's exactly what he's going to do. So that was comfortable for Spectre Dawn. He was under no threat at all in the end. I mean, Travelling TT had one shot at the 1 ball there. Didn't get it, and that was it. That was his last shot at the tournament. So, well, we've still got DJ Redo and Vertigo Liquid are still going at it at 6-5, and that's over 45 minutes they've been playing. Right, so we're heading into Slim and Brainful Out, and Slim's 2-1 in front. Brainful Out getting the 6 ball, which is very handy if he can see this 5 ball. Sorry, I forgot about the 4 ball, it's on the right side. Oh. Well, this is as good a chance as any for Brainful Out, but he's missed a 5. I mean, that was it. He's, you know, one good pot away from tying the match up. Well, every time I look back at my phone, I see Luca Bissell walking back to his seat, and that's him hung another red ball over the pocket. And Slim's going to get lucky here. He's left Brainful Out with no shot. He's got a chance of kicking this in though. Well, it actually looks easier to kick it from the short side and get it along the rail than it does that angle. I didn't like that angle at all. I think his odds were far better had he actually gone into there, because you had you're a sort of better guide to get right into that 5-ball and get it along the rail. Well, whenever you get those chances, you've got to take them against the top players. You've got to put them away. Jezdev has taken care of Larry for tonight. Larry's got an early night or a late afternoon because Jezdev has sent Larry home 4 racks to 1. Now you can send that message to support now, Larry, you've got the time. So, Slim's breaks dry. Brainflout's not ideal on the 1. And he's going to be colliding with stuff here. And not only that, he's left the 1 hanging over the side. Well, already CJ Way is 31 points to 1 in front. In the next frame, he's 13 frames to 5 in front, and he is well in here. He's still got work to do. It's a bit awkward, but he's working out a way how to get it done. And I'm predicting this match is over tonight, this semi-final. He'll get a day off, which is very handy. Nice little cannon in the red to hold for the black. Well, what happened there? Brainflout's got a rack in the board. Slim must have made a mistake at the wrong time while I was looking at the snooker. Cause of work. Well, that the Chinese fella is 13 frames to 5 in front. He's looking odds on that he will go 14 frames to 5 up. This session is 8 frames, and he may well win the match tonight. Because Bruxelles isn't in it at all. And when he does get in, very quickly he's back in his seat. Has he gone too far for the black this time? He might have... well, I think he thought he'd gone too far. I think he'd still get it. Well, that was Brainflout going off the table with something. CJ Way. And he's got a beautiful little cannon onto the little bunch of 4 reds. They're all split wide open. He's home and dry in this frame. He's going to be just 3 frames away from the final. And he can do all of that tonight. He's just not showing any signs that he's choking here at all, this fella. None whatsoever. Well, this is just like a bolt from the blue, what this boy's done during the tournament. and the scalps that he's taking. You know, what normally does happen, and it's happened frequently in the past, is that there's a shock result in the first round. You know, the shock result was him taking out Sean Murphy again, and we thought, you know, after he'd beaten him, we thought, well, that's it, that'll be the last we'll hear of him, he'll lose his next match. And that's not been the case. He's been looking very good, and he's looking a very good contender to win this thing. But like I said earlier, you know, this match is a total contrast as to what he's going to end up facing, depending whoever he faces. I don't think it matters who he faces in the final if he gets there. He's more than likely going to get there. Whether it be Selby or Mark Allen, it's going to be completely different. It's going to be nothing like this, where it's help yourself with all the mistakes that Brussel's been making. It's nothing like that. It's going to be a true test for him in the final. Because he should get put through the mill tactically. So, Slim at the table. Can he see the 4-ball? Yes, he can. Now, he could try and come up and bump the 7 here. Now, well, I think I would have tried to come up and bump the 7, because that way you're guaranteed to get on the 5-ball. The only way it could have went wrong is if you missed the 7 and then end up hooking yourself, but this is a bit testy. He's done well. Everything's good to go. Now don't forget that there's millions of Chinese watching that match right now. Millions of them, and they'll be going crazy at what this boy's doing. They'll be going nuts. So that's him 14 frames to 5 in front. Just 3 away. So it's incredible that he's probably going to do it with a session to spare. I think what we'll do is, I'm just going to tab out for a minute. We'll see this break. There's the result for it. Well, that all ended up being in a forfeit. Vertical Liquid's going through. Hang out, I'm just going to tab out. I'm going to get that link and I'm going to post it in the lobby for anybody who wants to watch this match. If I can remember how to do it, hang on. Back in a second. I'll just shut Discord down as well while I'm at it.
再赢3局的话，这个就可以创。
Right, sorry about that. It took a while to get it, but I've got it. I'm going to post a link in the lobby, so anybody want to watch this, make sure you go to your external browser. It's a brilliant website, because the Chinese, if there's any big tournaments on, they have them live on this website. You don't have to subscribe or anything. Is that me tabbed to the lobby? I don't want to do it in the room. Right, if you click that link there, you can watch this with Chinese commentary. That link there in the lobby. And it's great quality, by the way. And it's HD streaming. And it's ahead of where I am on my phone. So Slim with a 5-2 lead. And 8 ball has gone in. And the 4 ball has gone. He's sitting very nicely on the 1. 3 ball is more than likely going to have to be a combo onto the 6. It won't go. Or will it? Yes, it will go. It's tight, but it will go. Now here we go, Brussel's back at the table. He's first in again. Slim trying to squeeze this in, is he, or is he playing the combo? Yeah, there was loads of room to get it in. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, I think he's... yes, he is. He's hooked. He's hooked big time. Out with the jump stick. Well, you better get ready, Brainful Out. You might be having a go here. I say might. Yeah, he couldn't get a better gift than this. Just needs to pot the 6 ball. So in goes the 5, in goes the 2 ball, I think. Was it the 2? 2 and the 5 have gone. And again, a dodgy shot in the 1. But you really just need to drop this in. You'll be on the 3. You've just got to get it to the hole and let it fall in the pocket. Now, good angle on the 3 ball to come down into the gap, whether it be from this line that way or just straight in behind the 8 ball. Well, you've got to hit it. You've got to hit it, I'm afraid. That's poor. I mean, that's that was so easy to get down onto the 4. And that is miles off where it should have been. And Brainful Out knows that was poor. That was really poor. Let's see if I can. I've got VP4 in desktop mode because I use that when I'm streaming on XSplit Broadcaster, so I can have the chat on my main monitor while I'm doing it, and I've just got it slightly out of alignment here. I'm trying to move the screen. Hang on a second. Let me do it that way. Drag it down, see if that improves it. That's better. Well, Slim's looking good so far tonight. Taking out, well, the biggest threat for winning it tonight. Spectre Dawn's having to battle through that one-loss side. Chimpy will be the next favourite. Well, it's the same three as last week, basically, I think. Unless somebody does them with a handicap, it's more than likely going to be either of those three that's contended to win this. And Slim having a fancy go at a 1-9 combo, and he's come up smelling the roses. One ball finishes behind a 4. Chimpy goes through 7 racks to 5 against Stefan. And there's another couple of, well, that other result was a match between Sargo and John Boo. Sargo won the final rack decider there. Brainflout gets the hit in the 1, and he also gets lucky. That's one way to get the 1 ball. Just give it a good bang. Well, look at Russell, looks as if he's going to win a frame at last. You got the little breakout in the cluster of reds. There's still, how many reds are left? Still 4 reds left, or 4 or 5 reds left, I think. But he's already 67-0 in front, so he's just a couple of balls off winning the frame. Yeah, there's a red down in the bulk half of the table. So he's getting a consolation for it. He's basically trying to survive into the final session. That's basically what he's trying to do, to try and stop the match being over tonight. Winning this 1 frame won't make that much of a difference if he doesn't win the rest of them. Has anybody tried that link that I posted in the lobby? You know, put the game to the external browser, click that link, and you'll see a high quality stream, and you'll know what's happened before I do. Well, Slim marches on. Another comfortable win. So, tournaments moving on. Slim now through to round 3, waiting on the winner of Sergeresh and DJ Redo. And on the top half, we've got Houdini against Bankster. Houdini's getting the 5 ball. Bankster is that on the hill? Let's just drop into that match, because that's who Chimpy's waiting on. So Banksтер's now 6-2 up. Houdini with a bank in the 9 to bring it back to 6-3. I don't know, Mark, but you need to put that in your favourites. I can't remember who posted that, but I've got it in my favourites, and I'll tell you, if you want to watch the snooker, you'll see it. I don't know whether they do show Premiership football on it, but they certainly show the Eurosport tournaments and that on it. And obviously, whenever there's Chinese players involved, which is pretty much most times, you'll watch it. The World Championships has been on all the way through it. And like I say, they'll be going crazy for this young boy. That's them in their mid-session interval at the moment, so there'll be 20 minutes to their back. So he's now 14-6 in front. And there's another 4 frames to play after the interval, and if he wins 3 of them, he's through to the final. Unbelievable. John Parrott will be waxing lyrical about him right now, as will Ken Doherty. I think there's a lot of Chinese dramas and films on it as well. I caught a glimpse of one of them, but I haven't really trawled through the site. But I just look for it for a good stream of the snooker. It doesn't matter that they're talking in Chinese. I mean, the quality on it's superb. So Bankster should be home and dry here. The danger man of the tournament with a handicap, I've always said that. He'll be getting something against Chimpy. So Houdini is going to have to do the great escape on the one loss side. And Bankster through. And Chimpy will be his next opponent. And we'll drop into that match as soon as it goes up. In fact, we'll do it from the lobby, if I can find where the room is. So we're in before the players have arrived. Do we know if we've got any more teams in that 9-ball Masters League? I don't think we have we? Because I haven't looked at it for a couple of days. Well, maybe the best... Has it been cancelled? Well, maybe the best thing to do then is to make it either... what about making an 8-ball World League? That seems to be pretty popular. 8-ball. Not just 10-ball. I mean, you could have 10-ball, but I would suggest either 8-ball, whatever it is, world rules, or 10-ball at a push. But I don't know. I mean, it was somebody mentioned it on the show. It wasn't me that mentioned it. Somebody mentioned it when Steve was in the stream that, oh, we want a scratch. We want a scratch league. Now they may well have signed up to it, but not enough people have been interested, which is strange to me. Yeah, I don't know why folk were scared to take the lead and just set up their own team. And that is it's so simple to do. I mean, if I'm telling you it's easy, then it's easy, because any numpty can do it. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking as well, Popman. But the thing is that you know, in a few weeks' time, well, not a few weeks' time, a good number of weeks' time, it will go back to 6 p.m. when it starts. So if you think about it, if you played in it, let's say the session for the night took like 2 hours, that'd be like 8 o'clock. Still plenty of time for you to get to your bed and get up at 4 o'clock in the morning if that was me. Because I was forgetting that the clocks go back in October. I was thinking it went forward again. I'm daft. So here we go. We've got both players in. We're lagging off. We've got Bankster on the right, and Chimpy's won the lag. In fact, I was thinking it was going to be a handicap, but it's a scratch match. Well, there's not a round robin tournament system though, Slim. That's the problem. Not in VP4 there isn't, but there are external websites that you can use to do a. See, the thing is, I had an idea of something like that where every time you play a match in a round robin, you have to play it for V dollars. So at least there's a turnover of V dollars in VP4. That'd be one way to do it. So like, each time you played a match, it was like for like 50 V dollars. But I've got certainly I've got one link in one of my favourites for a fixture website where you can set up a round robin tournament. You can easily do that. I've also got a website where you can set up your own league. Could do all of that. Well, here's Bankster's chance to get a good start here. Now, for those who remember, in Virtual Pool 3, when Simon had his tournament system, we had the tournament system that he did, but he also had a round robin piece of software that he designed, and we used that for round robin events that we had, and they all worked out fine. They worked out perfectly. We had round robin nights in VP3. But Steve never covered all the bases when he was designing this tournament system, because it's not designed the way I liked it. The way I wanted it was the ability to have different match goals in each rounds if you want. You can't have that, so therefore you can't have a proper Virtual World Snooker Championship, in my opinion. Plus, the other thing is, even if you did do that, you don't have a way to save a tournament match and come back to it next day. If you wanted to, like have a session and then come back to it, you can't do that. It all has to be done, on the night. No. that was the actual round robin tournament system we had. You could just play a standard match, so everybody played one another once in the whole night, and then we just input the results, because it was all done manually, of course, but it still worked. But it would have been good if we had. I'll tell you, if we had round robin tournaments, there'd be plenty of people. Well, I'm guessing there'd be plenty of people interested in them. But you talk about that, and everybody gets enthusiastic, and then like the Masters League that was set up, then there's not enough people got enough bottle to set up their own team. Well, Bankster had his chance, but his chance has come and gone. But as I say, my idea would be that if you used an external site to have a round robin event, then all the players that enter it have to set their match up, set what the room is going to be. Obviously it'd probably be 9-ball, what the race is going to be. So then when you set the room up, as a wager, so that each time you play a match you're playing for V dollars, and that way there's a turnover of V dollars in VP4. So at least you've got a chance of winning and losing V dollars each time you play a match, and then the results are inputted onto the external website. That can be done. It's not a problem. I might make a video about it and show you the website and set up a round robin just to show you it. I think that's what we'll do. I'll make a video and let you have a look at it. So Chimpy 2-0 in front. Bankster's weaponry has been taken away from him by not getting a handicap. He's going to have to do things the hard way tonight in this match. One ball almost went into the side, but just caught the point, and I think it's dry. Two ball right in the middle of the table. And this cue ball has to avoid the 7 and 3 ball. Well, he's run into the 7. He's got a shot in the 2. He's going to have to this shot you just have to jab it in and make the cut and jab it in so that you can back for the 3 in the side. Well, you could call that a two-way shot, because obviously he's missed the 2. He's got right onto the rail and Chimpy's hooked. And he's just deciding to take the deliberate foul, trying to tie balls up, make it awkward. The 4 ball is awkward, but Bankster could punch this 2 ball in, get a big draw in the cue ball, and move the 4 ball right now, and more than likely still have a shot in the 3 if he draws back far enough. No, he's going for 3 fouls. He's going for 3 fouls. He's made the decision. Right, what was it we played? What were we actually playing when you had to pass the ball all the time? Oh, aye, that was Scottish doubles. That's right. That's what you were saying. Yeah, I remember we did that. Because that told you we wanted Scottish doubles when VP4 came along. Well, that's there's at least one thing in VP4 that Steve got right that they didn't get right in Shooter's Pool, and that was a lag for the break. Because they haven't quite worked out how to get a lag for the break working where the two players actually lag at the same time. If you lag off in that game, you have to individually lag. You don't lag together. So one player gets a chance to lag the table, and then once you're done, the other guy comes to the table and does it. They haven't worked out how to do simultaneous lag in that game. So Steve will be keeping that quiet. But then again, if they were clever enough, they would have already worked out a way to do it and had it in the game, but they never did. And meanwhile, Bankster at the table is trying to billiard the 6 in, which he's done comfortably. So he's looking good to get a rack in the board here. Commentator's curse. So I would just come back off the 5 ball. That way I've got the angle on the 7 to drop down for the 8. I'd come back a tad. And he's just got the angle. He can squeeze this with a wee bit of spin. Well, he got the spin, but he didn't get the ball to the rail, but it'll still work. So, Bankster off and running. And again, that one ball trying to get to the left side pocket, but it was further down the rail that time. The break's dry. So the two players are back for the remaining 4 frames of the night, and the question is whether Si Jia Wei can win 3 of them that will take him through to the final. He's leading by 14 frames to 6, and he's breaking off in frame number 21. Oh, the rooms and everything are a lot nicer looking, yeah. And the tables are a lot nicer looking as well. But I've never liked it from day one because of the view restriction that you've got. I just cannot get my head around it. And I moaned at them straight away about it, but they're not interested. But it's working for them because they're getting an awful lot more people playing that than they are playing VP4. It has to be said. I can guarantee there's well over 100 in there right now. Oh dear. Well, Chimpy's gone cold, and Bankster needs to take advantage of this because he's been handed another gift and a plate here. Needs to leave the angle in the 6. He doesn't want to roll through to the rail. He wants to stop this just beyond that 7 ball so he can bump the 6 in and get up for the 7, and that'll do it. And don't forget, the other thing is that Steve's loath to do in VP4. Brainful Out goes through 4-0 against Jezdev, so Brainful Out survives. Stefan survives as well, 4-1 win against Vertical Liquid. The other thing that they do over there is that they've got, you can, there's 2 other things that Shooter's Pool's got that VP4 doesn't have. the fact that if you want to set up your own tournament, you can do that. If you want to add funds to your own tournament, you can do that. Well, that's more than two things. And the other thing is you can set up the room where you can have cracking lines on if you want. If you're a complete beginner to the game and you're playing with your mates, you can set the game to whatever setting you want and have cracking lines on or off and play to your heart's content. So, you know, if you want to have more people playing, you have to give the people ability to have the play style that they want. You know, the one thing that is against VP4 is the fact that it's hardcore. And for a lot of people who come to this game, it's too hardcore for them. It's too much like real life, where you have to have an ability, or you have to work at the game and play it long enough in order to improve. In Shooter's Pool, you can play at whatever level you're happy with, whether you have any ambitions to get better or not. And if you just want to come on for an hour and play with your mates with tracking lines on, you can do that. And that will give the punters what they want, and it will draw more people in. And clearly that is what it's doing. Well, that's it. That's what they want. But if you're a new player to VP4, you come online, as many have done. They come online, they get a severe beating, and they go away and they never come back. So Chimpy back into the lead. Meanwhile, Spectre Don survives another round. He's gone through against Houdini, 4 racks to 2. And Chimpy's away to the bathroom. And once again, as I look at my phone, Luca Brussel's gone back to his seat. I think he's missed a pot in the brown. He's got down. And he's left, I think he did get on the red that's above the black, but it's not easy because the cue ball's stuck to the cushion pretty much. So CJ away has a chance to get started, but not easy. The red goes into the heart of the pocket. Although he's he's rolled to the cushion because the brown is hanging over the corner pocket up in bulk, so that's how he's going to get back up the table to the reds. Still going to have to play a good shot to do that though. Always ran into the yellow, so it's just going to be a safety shot next. He didn't. He had to avoid the yellow to get back up the table, ran straight into it. Well, I've got a short shift tomorrow. I don't know. I presume there's a session tomorrow morning. I'm not sure whether there is. It'll be if it's not, it'll be the afternoon. So I'll be home plenty of time to catch the next session of the two Marks, Mark Allen and Mark Selby. So we're into rack number 6. The break was dry from Chimpy. No real shot for Bankster, but again he can duck and dive here if he wants. Is it on tomorrow morning? Good. Well, I'll be finished at 10:15. They start about maybe 10 past 10. So I'll fly down the motorway and get in and probably catch the end of the first frame. And I'll probably fall asleep in the middle of it as well, after I've had a cup of coffee and something to eat. So we've been going, well, we started a lot earlier than this because of the Mr. Fox match earlier, but we are an hour and 34 minutes into Friday Night 9 Ball. And Bankster looking at the 2-9 combo, which looks pretty good to me. He just needs to cut it that way. And we're all square again. 2 ball goes in for good measure. Well, the 9 ball, or was that the 9 ball? No, it was the 1 ball went into the right side pocket. And the 7 ball's gone in. No shot in the 2. Is he trying to reverse bank this past the 8 ball? There's not much room to do that. No, he's trying to just duck. He didn't want to run into the 9 though. Now, Chimpy can bank the 2, but no guarantee he'll get to the 3. Ah, he's flicked to 2 on the side, but like I said, it was never a guarantee he'd get to the 3, so out with the jump stick. And the problem with that is that if you jumped over that and landed on the 3, you might end up off the table. So, good enough hit, but it's not safe. So, here we go again, Bankster with a very good table. All he has to do is see the 4 ball. He can just drop the 4 in and roll the 5 in long, or stop the cue ball after potting the 5. He's on the 6, so he should be out. Well, that's a great name. Has been kicked for an hour. VP420. That's an original name. I wonder how long he sat and thought about that as a name, eh? Oh dear. Well, it's gone 8:30, so the yawning has started. It's a shutdown time now. It's shutdown mode. Well, that, is it going to get there? Yes, it is. So Bankster finds himself in the lead at last. And this again looks dry. Well, this shot, I'll tell you the shot I play on this type of shot, if I can get the lines up quick enough. Again, you play the cut and the 1, I always put left English on it, so that if I get to the rail, I'm trying to kick my cue ball out to get on the 2. It's highly likely you're going to hit something, but I would have left English on it to try and get out. He's trying to stun it in. I would have let it run forward. But I would have had to stun it in firmer than that to try and get the spin to work around the corner and get out for that 2 ball. I would have tried it. I'm not saying I would have done it. I would have actually executed it, but that's what I would have done. But Bankster, once again, has got the table at his mercy. That 3 ball goes comfortably. He's got to get the right side of this too, though, so he's not bumping the 7. Let's get around and have a look. Now that's fine. Now he could go forward and come inside the 3 and out. That's a shot, because you're not running into anything. Okay, he's further away from the 3, but he shouldn't be missing that. And he doesn't have to do anything to get on the 4 or the 5. I mean, I suppose if there was anything that's more complicated, it's just getting from the 7 to the 8. But, you know, the 8's not obstructed. It's, you know, fairly close to the top rail, but again, it shouldn't be an issue. Well, Luca Brisella's at the table. He's got like a 20-point lead. He's on a red. And it's all up to him what he does. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4 reds in the open. The last red is very near the black. He's working with the pink at the moment, but he's got enough there to win the frame and survive through to the final session tomorrow afternoon or whenever it is. So Bankster has now got the 2 rack gap. He's got daylight. 5-3 up. Again, it's dry. A good opportunity for Chimpy to find cover here though. Is he going for the thin cut? No, he's trying to duck for cover. And well, that would have been good had he got behind the 6, but I think there's an easy line there to kick into the 1. Pretty much unmissable. The only problem is kicking it as soft as that. You weren't going to give yourself any chance of getting distance from the cue ball in the 1. So an easy start here for Chimpy. And there's a test ahead though, because of the way the 5 ball is sitting. Not only that, look at the 4 ball, how do you get to that? Well, he's gone the wrong side of the 3, so the shot to play is stun the 3 in, come off the short rail and down into a little spot around about there for the 4 ball. He's trying to get the bottom side to play it in the side. I think if he'd put a tad of left on that, the pace was good. And if he'd a tad of left on that, he could have been down to about there. But the next best thing to do when you have the chance to nail your opponent is do it. Don't tell me he can squeeze past that. No, he can't. Going to have to go to a rail to get that. Oh, he's trying to jump and he's got it. I take my hat off to him for that. Right over the edge of the 5. But Chimpy now can cut the 4, and if he gets the pace right, up and down off that short rail on the top, that looks pretty good. He should be back to within 1. Well, CJ way back at the table. There's 1 red left in the table. and which means that there's 35 on the table. CJW needs a snooker, and Luca Brissell has escaped from the snooker. Now, how far is he in front? 17 he's got, and Brissell's got 54. So he needs what? A couple of snookers? I think he needs a couple of snookers. So Brissell looks as if he's going to win this one. And meanwhile, Chimpy back to within one. Oh dear, where's the cue ball? Cue ball. Oh, I thought that was a 9. One ball has gone in. I don't know whether it went into the side there. Maybe it did. Well, this is as good as any chance to square the match. High ball, I think, goes past the 8. No, it doesn't. Or does it? It will go in. Yeah, it will go in off the jaw. Oh, no, it won't. It actually caught that. Well, again, an easy safety for Bankster. What was that alert I had? An alert from EA Sports F1. Well, obviously the safest shot is just to roll onto the 7, but you can try and just duck round behind the 9. And Stefan has taken out Spectre Dawn. So Spectre Dawn ran out of juice tonight. There's always next week. And One Pocket Slim marches on. He's gone through against Sergaresh by 7 racks to 4. So I think we've got a hot seat match, have we not? Or we will do in a minute or two. Let's have a look what we got. Well, we've got one player in the hot seat, and that's One Pocket Slim. And he's waiting to find out who his opponent is going to be, and it's going to either be Chimpy or Bankster. We're now 5 apiece. A ball has gone. Now again, was it the one ball on the side? 2 balls tried to get in the other side. And this is a good table again, so Chimpy should be on the hill. Again, there's not an issue, no problem whatsoever. Well, Luca Brissell won that frame. It's now 14-7, and I think him winning that frame means that we'll be getting into a final session tomorrow. I think there's 2 frames left tonight, and obviously if that boy won the 2 of them, he's only in 16. Mark, are you still there? Is Mark gone to bed? I think he's away. Oh, he's there. Did you read that about the Proclaimers? I saw that the other day. I think it was in the teletext. I read it. That I think they had. I think initially they were scheduled to appear at some sort of concert. I think I don't know whether it's an event that's for Charles's coronation. I think they were initially invited to it, but that withdrawn because of their because of their Republican views. You've got to laugh. That's how a democracy works. You know, if you say that you don't want you could live without a monarchy, then they cancel your invite to their party. I'm sure they're heartbroken. So the Proclaimers won't be there. Yeah, you've got to be a firm royalist to get invited to it, apparently. Doesn't matter what the punters want. Right, what's happening now? Well, what's happening now is Brussel's at the table. I think he's on the black, and he's got 2 or 3 reds to work with here. I think it seems all too late. Oh, there's a few declined. I never read that. I never saw anything about that. That's interesting. Yeah, well, if they play their cards right, Tom Jones will turn up again. He'll do anything like that. And if they're really desperate, they can get Rolf Harris, because he was at the Queen's 60th. Remember that? He was doing a presentation, introducing people at that one. But I remember that. Or get Lenny Henry in. Is he out of jail yet? I haven't seen anything to say that he's out of jail. No, that's what I'm saying. If he is and they're really desperate, he'll do it. He'll do anything for publicity. Gary Glitter was out of jail, and then he didn't last long. He ended up back in because he broke his parole rules or something like that. Which just goes to prove that old habits die hard, so they do. He's no sooner out the door than he's away at it again, or whatever it is he was up to. It's amazing what they thought they could get away with. They seemed to think they were untouchable. And of course the worst one of them all was Jimmy Savile, because that was a proper abuse. And the fact that all of those organisations put their trust in him. He was given keys and access to all these young people in that hospital. And all the time it was to his own ends he was interested in. That was the real background of it. So Chimpy goes through in a tight match at the end between him and Bankster. Bankster moves over to the one-loss side, and we've got a hot seat match. Chimpy against Bankster. That'll be off in a minute or two. We'll quick look over here at the one-loss side. There's still a few things. Well, obviously Bankster's moving through to play, is that Houdini? Oh no, Bankster's already through. He's waiting on Brainful Out or DJ Rudu. And we've got Sergeresh is playing Stefan. Let's jump into that because they're one rack apiece. That'll be... We'll watch that and then we'll catch the rest of the hot seat match when this one's finished. It's only a race to 4, remember. So we have Sergeresh about to go 2-1 up. Stefan is getting the last 2. And, well, again, typical in this whole match, we look at Bruxelles and Sijawi. Bruxelles has a 43-point lead. He's broke down, and there's loads of red still in the table. But Sijawi's went all out for a red. And if Bruxelles can see it and get it in, he's still got work to do to make the frame secure, but he could well have another one in the board. But it's not easy. Well, when you think about it, there's an awful lot of people, and I'll tell you this right now, there's an awful lot of people at the BBC, in all the years that Jimmy Savile worked there, and all the years that he was on top of the pops, there's an awful lot of people there had a fair idea what was going on. There was loads of rumours going around at the time, but nobody would open their mouth. And there are people still alive today who could have actually done something, but that would have ended up in a big court case back then, because it would have been a hard job getting proof until it was way too late. I mean, don't forget as well. Don't forget, Tony Blackburn wouldn't testify, if I remember rightly, and he was in and he's still at the BBC, but he was in and around the BBC and on top of the pops and all of that time. He would have worked with Jimmy Savile on that show, and he did not testify, I believe, or he refused to. You had, you think about it, I mean, quite a few of them that we grew up with, Mark. We used to watch It's a Knockout. So you had Stuart Hall, who was at it. You had, what do you call him with the beard, who ended up in court as well? Dave Lee Travis. They tried to pin something on Freddie Starr, but that never came to anything. Yeah. Rolf Harris, of course. And a few others who are lesser well known were up to no good. And the simple reason was they just thought it was something they were always going to get away with, you know. And now, you know, well, you know, for a few of them, their careers were more or less over anyway. They were at retirement age when they ended up going to court. But, you know, whatever they've done in the past or whatever achievements they've done in the past has all been blotted out by what they've done all during the past while they were at the height of their fame. Oh dear. Right, what's Sergaresh saying? Ah, right, aye, because Stefan's explaining he's got last two. Yeah, I think Sergaresh was getting himself confused. So, Sergaresh and Stefan tied at 2 apiece. Well, that was a dodgy cut into the side. This 4 ball's going to be on though. Now, thin cut. Now, I wonder whether this line in the cue ball can come up and bump the 6. No. Well, that'll do though. That's finished as good as it's ever going to be in the 5 ball. Meanwhile, Luca Bissell has won the frame at last, and he's now back to 14-8 behind, and he will survive into the final session. That's a guarantee. I think there's one more frame to play. What's the score now? 14. What the hell's happened here? Oh, they've ended their coverage. That's what it is. It's 9 o'clock. I'm going to have to switch to probably the sport tab now. Hang on a minute. Menu, sport, and switch it over to that. Right, because that's the BBC 2 coverage finished. Brissell just clearing the table. Or trying to anyway. And Sergaresh is going to have to take this match all the way. But he won't get to do that unless he gets a shot. It's a good table here for Stefan to run out to those last 2. And we'll have a quick look in on the hot seat match and see what the score is, if I can see it, that is. And it's 1 apiece in that match. We'll be over there in a minute or 2. Oh, now what rattled there, I wonder? The 5 ball. And Sergaresh, well, you won't get them much easier than this. Now you've got to make a decision whether you're coming back to the right or going up to the left as we look. And he's got there. That's pretty good. Now, this is just a little dab, just a little stop shot. Well, a bit littler than that, but it'll do. So we're going all the way. Another bloody alert. What the hell? I'm no bothering to look. Did anything go? Yep, the 5 ball's gone. He's got a cut in the 1, and he's got loads of room as long as he doesn't run into the 7 to get on this 2 ball. But it's going to have to run around the angles, I think. And that's too heavy, way too heavy. In fact, well, I think he's okay. You can see enough of it. Oh, good evening to Tommy. I see Tommy in the chat there. I never even noticed he was there. He's probably gone to bed and got bored. I just noticed Tommy at the top of the chat there. That's a good shot on a nice little bump. Now, got to get up the table. Got to be playing the 4-9 combo. Let's have a look at what the angle's like. Yeah, got to go forward and try and come down this side if he can. Now he's got enough room to do that. He's got to be brave enough to do it. Got to get the legs. It's got to get the legs of Sergresh. Look at the line. The line was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Just did not give it the juice. So, the reverse bank. He's bumped to 9, but he'll take that. And he's still got a clean shot in the 6. Now, once again, just stop this cue ball. Don't be letting it run away. Well, it's got to be the cut in the side. I mean, he can take it up top, but the cue ball is going to be a cut in the 7 if he doesn't get a hold of it. And that's well played. He's got a hold of it nicely. And drop it in dead weight. And this to survive. So Sergresh go. Oh, well, I thought for a second there it was dying on the edge there. But he's gone through against Stefan, 4 racks to 3. And we will jump straight into whatever's left in this hot seat match. And it's now 3-1 to 1 Pocket Slim. Oh no, that's poor. Chimpy's duffed up the safety shot there because he was trying to stop that behind the 9. And that's nowhere near it. Well, if you're in Luca Brussel's corner, he's just potted the blue and blasted the reds. They're all open. The black is, I don't know whether it's on its spot, but there's loads of reds open, but I don't think he's actually good on one. He's going to have to dig out a long pot in a red here. I mean, he can take the red that's near the corner pocket, but I don't know whether he can go on a colour from it. This is tough. Oh, he's nailed it right into the heart of the pocket. He's good to go now here, Brussel. But the reds, although they're open, he's got to pick them off the right way. But he's got a chance here to get a decent score on the board. Well, this would be this would be even more amazing than what he did against Rory O'Sullivan if he got out of this hole. I'll tell you that right now. And he's just got the right side of the blue. Well, Chimpy back at the table. I don't know what happened there, but he should be back within touch and distance of Slim. And that looks a nice pace. That's perfect. Stone dead on the 8 ball. Let's see where the 1 ball goes this time. I'm paying attention this time. There, again, it's just fallen short of that side pocket. I think something else went in though. Yeah, 6 balls gone. Not the best of angles on the 1 ball though. Well, that'll do it. Oh, you'll be disappointed the 8 ball didn't get in. So up and down and back up the table here seems the order of the day for the getting on the 3 ball. Oh, I think it's going to be no man's land. Yes, it is. Anywhere but there. And meanwhile, Luca Brissell is on 55 points. Sijawi is on 0. Brissell on the black. And pretty much all the reds are there for the taking. He's got another frame on the board here. He's going to be on 9. And he's going to be 5 behind. It'll be an almighty comeback if he does this. Oh, he's missed the red. He's missed the red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's still, what, 70 odd points in the table. Oh dear. What's he got? He's on 70. Now, Sijawi can still win this frame. There's still enough points. And the black's wide open. And he's got the red, he's on the black. Well, this will be painful for Brissell. He had the frame in his grasp there. He's missed the red into the middle pocket. And Sijawi has got a chance to pinch this frame from 70 points to 0 behind. He'll be gutted at that. Meanwhile, Slim still with a slender lead. But still a 2-rack gap though. And immediately it's dry. Well, we'll get a cluster to be dealt with. I don't think the 1 goes, does it? No. Well, when you look at it from that angle, it does go, but it's very, very tight. But he's trying to duck for cover. But it hasn't gotten tight enough. How does the cut look in the 2? Well, I think if you blast that 2 ball, it will cut. I think it will go if you blast it. But again, he's just trying to duck for cover. Now, it'd be dangerous to try and come over this side here, because you could possibly scratch the side pocket if you're trying to... No, he's just coming straight across and leaving the 2 there. Probably the best way to do it. And meanwhile, this young fella is still potting balls. He's got 1 red remaining. He's on the black. He's on a break of 33, which is about to go to 40. And if he gets on that last red, the only colour that's off its spot is the pink, and it's over near the left side rail. Oh, Luca Brissell will be absolutely fuming if this fella clears this table. Oh, he's missed the black. He's missed the black. Trying to get on the red, and Brissell will breathe a huge sigh of relief. He got nicely on the red pretty much, but he's missed the black. And a 3-9 combo for Chimpy gets him back into the game, trailing by 1. What's happened? Has he snookered him? No, he hasn't. He can. Well, he's not. He's not actually perfect in the red. He's right in the middle, so it's a dodgy cut either way. Two ball has gone in. And Brissell gets the red. The black's hanging over the pocket, so that seals the frame. And he's back to 14 frames to 9. Yeah, he didn't like the red, but he got it, and he's got out of jail there, Brissell, because that young boy, had he potted the black there, he wasn't great on the red, and it wasn't easy for Brissell to get, but he got it. So I think there's one more frame left, is there? Yeah, there's one more frame to play tonight, and if Brissell gets back to double figures, he'll only be 4 behind. Yeah, he just left himself a wee bit too high on that black, CJ Wee, and it was a bit more of a testy cut in the black. So it was. And meanwhile, what's Chimpy done here? Let's have a look. Well, he can cut the 4. He doesn't want to cut it too soon because it could catch that 7, but I think he's good. Oh dear, straight into the hole. And ball in hand for Slim. Well, CJ Wee is he was sat there looking around the arena there. I'm just wondering if he's looking at the lights and stuff. I'm just wondering if he's realising the position he's in now. He's not beginning to. I mean, he's still 4 frames in front. No, tell a lie. He's still 5 frames in front, but he could be 4 frames in front after this final session. Or final frame, I should say. A decent enough break by Brissell. Although, having said decent, there is a long red on here. If CJ Wee fancies taking it on. Well, he's nervous held for a lot of these during the tournament. He's going for it. Now, is he going for it and going forward to get down onto the black, or is he going to come back to bulk? Oh, he's nowhere near the pot. He was playing for the black, but he was absolutely miles off the pot in the red. I think he's just getting a wee bit nervy. See, it's great how the mind games work. I mean, he's 14-9 in front. If he loses this last one, he's 14-10 in front and going to sleep, thinking how he could have had the match won tonight, and now obviously that's not going to happen, and he's got to come back tomorrow. But even so, he's got to, you've got to think that if Brissell is to really get back, he's got to come straight out the starting gates tomorrow and win the first 2 frames. That's what he has to do. He's not got an awful lot to play with. He's got to win the first mini session before the interval. Anything can happen. If he can win this last frame, he's still alive. And talking about being still alive, Slim's got a 5-3 lead. Right, see you later, Mark. Thanks for joining us. Good night. So, wiped his feet with a little 4-5 combo. Nice and gentle, just to keep the 4 there. And a nice little cut on the 4, just to drop down for the 6. So this is all about judging the pace. Didn't want to bump the 9. So now it's a wee bit more of a testy cut, and the 9 ball now comes into play in terms of getting to that 7 ball. You've got to make sure you get him down the table again here. And not too far. And that's what he's done. He's tried to hold the 6 when he should have been up and down. Had to let that cue ball run out. I think he was worried about getting the pace wrong and hooking himself behind the 9. So Slim has got the same problem, but if I was Slim, I'd be thin cutting that and going up and down. You'd be unlucky not to still be able to cut that 7 ball. Yeah, that's what Chimpy should have done. And Slim has got there comfortably. 7 ball isn't a problem. Just got to get out behind the 9. Well, let me have a look. He's got to try and get out behind the 9. In behind the 8 and back out, and everything's hunky-dory. Well, Sijawi is at the table. He's perfectly on the blue. There's a red in ball. There's 2 or 3 reds down near the pack, so he can get some points on the board here. And well, that might settle his nerves if he gets this one, the last frame of the night. Meanwhile, Slim is on the hill, 6 racks to 3 in front. And the 3 ball has gone. He's on the 1. Now, it could be a quick 2-9 combo down the rail here. I mean, the 2 will drop into the side pocket, but I think he's lining up a 2-9, but see if he does that and doesn't get it flush, that 9 is very close to the rail. It could easily bump out. It could easily bump out. You've got to nail this right flush on the 9. If you go anywhere inside the 9, you're sending the 9 off the rail. Well, he's decided he's going to go for the run out instead. And that's probably the wise move. And the only real problem now is getting on the 5. Now, I think he's checking this up with loads of left English. No, he's trying to get up near the 9 to play the 5 into this corner here where we are. He's to watch the side pocket. He's done okay. Well, loads of room just to get back out into the table, high enough for the 7. That's perfect. And Sijawi has only scored 27 points. He had to try and cut the blue into the middle pocket there, missed it. It hasn't left anything on though, I don't think. There's a red in bulk, so Luca Brissell can't play into bulk. He's went for a long red into the corner, missed it, and again he's left nothing on because he just left the cue ball behind the reds. Now there's 2 reds in bulk. And meanwhile, Slim is through to tonight's final. And Chimpy heads over to that one lost side. And meanwhile, let's just tab over. We've got Brainful Out and Bankster still going at it. Bankster 3-2 up. Trying to kick the 6-9, and that was well done. So Bankster takes out Brainful Out. We just got in time to see that little bank kick shot, or whatever you want to call it. It was well done. So Bankster through, and that should update. And Sergresh is lying in wait. Now Slim can go and get a coffee, because we've now got the match with Bankster and Sergresh, and the winner of that will then play Chimpy, and the winner of that will then play Slim. So, a little while to go yet in this tournament. Well, Luca Brissell played a tight red into the side pocket, and it went in off the blue. The blue was near the pocket, so he used the blue. So he's off and running. Plenty of reds to choose from. He needs to get rid of the 2 that are in bulk first, and that's where he is. So it's all in Luca Brissell's hands right now as to whether he's going to get to double figures tonight. This is the final frame of the night that they're playing at the moment. Well, put it this way, this snooker will be over long before Friday Night 9 Ball's over. So, scratch match, race to 4. And I think Brissell, has he actually snookered himself in the red? No, he can get it. I thought he'd snookered himself in that red. So, Brissell still trailing. He's only in 10 points, but Sijawi on 27. Oh, aye, they're bound to. They're bound to. I mean, that's why, you know, quite a few of them will sit up late until they are tired, you know, because your brain is just ticking over 10 to the dozen. Because what they do is they analyse. Some of the players, a lot of them analyse how the session went and all of that stuff. Some others, I mean, Luca Brissell, I don't think does that. He'll just go straight onto the Xbox and get pissed. I mean, you heard his interview where he was saying how he prepared for the championships. He went out on the night before. He was out on the piss, and he was playing Xbox with his mates. And he comes in before his match started. He's had 15 minutes of practice. That's all he's had before each of his matches, and then he goes on and he plays his match, plays the session. Well, that's how he does play, you know. And again, he pays the price because of it. He's lost a lot of frames because of the way he plays. But you cannot fault. Where's that cue ball going? Oh, I thought he was going to scratch there. But you can't fault him when you consider if you saw the way that he played against Ronnie O'Sullivan in that final session, you know, there's not many players can come into a final session at the World Championships, and Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't get a frame and doesn't get a break over 30 in the whole session, and loses the last 7 frames. I mean, that was an amazing escape that Brissell had. But that just shows you what he can do. He can reel off frames very quickly if he gets firing. But it's been a good response by Brissell tonight. He had to make some sort of comeback, and he's got a slender lead at the moment. I mean, everybody's just waiting for it to all go wrong. That's the thing when you're watching him. You know, he can miss anything. Now he's got a red near the left side rail, just above the line of where the black ball is. He's got a red below the black, which I think is the one he's going to play for. Yeah, he's just dropped down behind the black, and he might be a bit straight in this red. Let's have a look. Yeah, but he can just screw back. I think he can, or can he stun it in? Oh, he's got an angle. He's got a little angle to stun it in and get out for the black. But he didn't need to, he just needed to roll it through. Miscue. Yeah, because I'm watching it in the BBC iPlayer, Cobra. I'm behind what it is in the television because it's at least a minute or two behind the TV coverage. I haven't got I mean, my monitor is a TV as well. It's got a tuner built into it, but I can't watch it and watch VP4. So I have to watch it on my phone. What's he done there? Has he left the red hanging? He's left the red hanging. Goodness me. Unbelievable. I told you, everybody's just waiting and I'm making a blunder. And that's a huge one. He's what, 53-27 in front. The red's right over the corner pocket. The blue's not in its spot. It's next to the yellow. And that could cause a problem. And that is not a great shot by Si Jiawei. He stuck the cue ball on the side rail. Up for a bolt colour. This is tough. Well, I think he can pot the brown and come around the short side of the yellow. That'll be some shot if he does it. That's what he's trying to do. And he's got there. That was well done. Well, this will be another painful one for Brissell if he can hold his nerve. I think he needs everything. He needs everything to steal the frame. Yep, he's still, what, 19 behind or something like that. Yep, he's 19 points behind. There's 25 in the table, so he needs all the colours. He's missed the green. Unbelievable. He's missed the green. I mean, even I could have potted that green. And I think his bottle's beginning to show a little bit here. Oh, he's gutted with that one. And Brissell, he's shaking his head. He's got his face in his hand. Oh, unbelievable. And that's what the Crucible Nerves does to you when you start seeing the finishing line. And meanwhile, there's a match on here. I'm so busy watching this snooker to see if Brissell can get back to within 4 frames, and he's odds-on favourite now. Although he hasn't got great in the brown, I don't think. Well, he's okay now that we're on line with it. Well, we've now got something exciting to look forward to tomorrow, I'll tell you. And that blue confirms it 100%. It's 14 frames to 10 that Sijahui leads with. So he's got a 4-frame advantage. And Brissell must win the first 2 frames tomorrow, I think, to really put the pressure on him. So what did he win that session by? So that was 8 frames played. He's won, what, at least, what, 5 of them or 6 of them? What was the score before the match started tonight? It was it 12-4 or something? I think it was 12-4, somebody will know. What's Slim saying there? I need to get out my seat to read that. I imagine you people tuning into your Twitch and wonder what the hell you're talking about. Right, well, the good news is I won't be getting distracted by the snooker anymore because that's it over. I've just not been able to hear the commentary, but I'll watch that tomorrow morning when the highlights are on. When I get up at 4 AM, I'll be able to watch that. I was doing dual commentary tonight. I was doing commentary in VP4, so I can multitask, and I was also commentating in the snooker. But that, what was it, the green that young boy missed there, that was a choker, that green ball that he missed. I mean, he's never missing that in a month of Sundays. But the nerves tweaked at that point. I know absolutely nothing about horse racing. I only ever watch one horse race a year, and that's the Grand National, just to count how many horses die. That's the only reason I watch it. I never watch any other horse race. I mean, I'll tell a lie. I'll watch the Derby because that's a sprint. You know, it's good to watch. But I don't watch anything else. So, Bankster with a 2-1 lead. And just going to stop the cue ball for the 7 into the side. I think he is. Yeah. Oh, but he's taking his eye off the 6. He's took his eye right off the 6 ball. And Sergeresh has got a similar shot here though. He's got to just jab this 6 ball in, and if he comes back and bumps into the 9, it wouldn't do any harm. But it doesn't look as if he's doing that. He's actually, well, he did try to cut that up the table, but caught the knuckle. And Bankster is going to have to get the jump stick out. I don't think he can get past the 7 to cut it. Maybe his eyes are better than mine. He's got the jump stick out though. Cue ball stays in the table. So, Bankster. Well, this 7 ball is straight. Now, if he runs forward, he may well be running into that 8 ball and has to hope he gets lucky, because that's what you have to do. If he hits it hard enough, he might end up inside the 8 ball and back up the table with a dodgy cut. It's hard to say how this is going to end up, depending on how he plays it. Now, just trying to get behind the line of the shot. Yeah, he's trying to come back off this 7, and that's always doomed to failure when you start jacking up. That makes the shot doubly difficult, if that's a word. Now, that will do. So Sergeresh, dare I say it, should be back all square here. Uh-oh. Where's the cue ball going? Oh! Oh! Well, you've got to dig into this just to get a hold of the cue ball, stop it scratching. And we are 2 apiece. I'll just recline back in my seat. So 8 ball has gone. Then cut into the side, but that, yeah, well, this is too thin into the side in my opinion. This is not much of a pocket shown at all, so he's going up table. That was well done, and he's fairly decently on the 2. Yeah, again, got to get into the 2 ball though. The cue ball, I should say, to get across here. Well, he's getting into it really well. Now, dead straight pretty much on this 3. Needs to keep coming, and that's not bad. Problem now is the big problem of taking a chunk off this 9 ball. Now, is he going to try and kill the cue ball and hook him behind the 9, or is he going all out? He's going all out. Oh, that's finished pretty good, as long as the 9 stays out of the way. He's nicely on the 5, nothing to do to go on the 6. Well, forward and off the rail and back into the table. So this time Sergeresh on the hill with the break. And of course we've got one more match to play on this one lost side. Well, this looks reasonably good. Couple of balls in the break, I think. 2 and the 4's gone, nicely on the 1. Just get the cue ball back over the other side again. Make sure you get on the 3. And now this is just a little dink around the corner, maybe a little bit of help and spin, just to get into the gap. Well, it needs to keep going, so it's a wee bit short. Yeah, I would have been much happier been over there on the 5. Because then it makes it easier to control the cue ball to get on the 6. So he's just going to, well, again, completely didn't read that cut in the 5 ball. That was not good. Now, Bankster's having to come back off the 5 for fear of scratching into the side. And he's not going to be great on this 6 either. This is tough. Oh, I see fruit shops arrived in the room. Or snakes, as he's otherwise known as in these multiple identities. I'm just reading the chat there. Well, where's this 6 ball ended up? This might be a billiard onto the 9. This is a billiard onto the 9 every day of the week. There's loads of room to play it. Loads of room to play this. Billiard, cue ball onto the 9, and he's cut across it. He's cut across it big time. Well, is Bankster going to take this all the way? And at the end of that session there, Luca Brissell was fist pumping to his family or friends in the crowd, having got himself back to 14 frames to 10. So he definitely feels he's in with a chance, but like I say, if he comes out tomorrow and wins the first 2 frames, then it gets really interesting. Because we saw how that young fella tonight was showing, he was showing big signs of cracking there at the end. I think he's beginning to realise the magnitude of where he's got himself to and where he can go to. So, final rack decider yet again, and the 7 and 8 have gone. Nice shot in the 1, just to dab and out. Just digging off the spin in the cue ball there, but he's got into that way too much. Absolutely nowhere in the 2 ball. Or put it this way, doing it the bedhead method, leaving the bedhead cut from distance. I'm deciding against it. And again, I've nothing against that whatsoever, because that's showed a bit of common sense rather than taking on something that's really dodgy. This is dangerous, playing the left side of the 2, if he's doing that. I don't like this. No, I think he's just tucking it along the rail, because that's what I'd be doing. Tucking it in behind that 4 ball. Oh, he's bumped it on the rail. He could have tucked that along the rail. I'll have another quick drink. Well, that wasn't great. The bankster's got to be careful he doesn't roll through and end up behind the 9. And that's fine. Well, there's only one thing that Bankster has to make sure of here. When he pots the 3 and gets on the 5, he must get to the bottom half of the table here. And by that I mean he has to be playing the 6 ball from this line so that he's, well, what the hell's he done here? Where was he in that? Was it a 3 ball he was playing? I'm definitely falling asleep because I'm missing what's happening here and I'm watching it. I'm too busy looking at getting onto the 6 there and forget. You know what it is? I was thinking that was the 8 ball. It's me getting confused with the 4 and the 8 ball. That's where I get totally confused. No more confused than Sergeresh is, considering where he's left himself. That's why I confused myself there, because I'm looking at the 6, thinking that was the 8 ball that was below the 6 when it was the actual 4. It's because it's this time of night and I'm ready to go to bed again. It's the usual excuses. The amazing thing is tonight, though, you notice something I haven't forgotten about handicaps tonight. I've not made that mistake once. And I usually make that straight off the bat. Mind you, it has to be said, I've been watching a few matches where there's been no handicaps in them anyway. But it's Bankster who goes through in that final rack. Sergeresh will still come out with probably more V dollars than he had when he came in it, so that's well done to him. And now we have the semi-final match. It's Chimpy against Bankster. to see who will play Slim in the final. So Chimpy, of course, this bloody bracket does my head in, I hate that. So Chimpy will be looking for the revenge match, of course, Slim having put him to the one-loss side. And we'll get ourselves in. Where are we? That's the one. Somebody's still asleep in that room. Now they're lagging off. We've got Bankster on the right, Chimpy on the left. Again, a scratch match. This might be close. This might be very close. And Bankster wins it. Well, 6 balls gone in, 7 balls gone in, and 5 balls landed on top of the cue ball, so just a push out. 1 ball's dead in the rail as well. It's not going anywhere fast. Although, you know, if you were up the table you could play the bank, it would have been a good bank. Oh, Potman's still there. I forgot about you, Potman. You're still there. I don't know how many's watching tonight. There won't be that many at this time. Well, what I can tell you is I've been streaming for 228 minutes, however long that is. And I'm streaming at 1080p and my FPS is at 5960. That's all I can tell you. Well, again, Chimpy wants to get as far over to the right as he can on this 4 ball. That would be my plan. The reason doing that is you can cut the 4 in and stay well away from the 8 ball. And that looks pretty good to me. That's exactly where I would want to be, because that way you're getting this clean and you're just stunning out for the 5. Oh, Tam's still there as well. I just imagine all these people just drift away and go to bed and that's it. Well, that's at least 4 hours I've been on. I know that. 200 and what did I say? 240 minutes is 4 hours, isn't it? 6 4s are 24. Aye. So that's 200 and what does it say there? 200 and I can't read that now. My eyes have gone at this time of night. So first blood to Chimpy. Five ball and 4 ball follows it in, I think, and he's absolutely plumb on the 1. 2 ball up the rail. Needs to where the cue. See where that 1 ball is right now. That's where you want to leave the cue ball, just like that, because then you've got the angle on the 2 to, you know, stun the 2 in and just get the cue ball out onto the 3. Now, once again, you want to be playing this 6 ball where you're not interfering with the 9. And again, that's fine as far as that goes. Now, I mean, the safe route is to go forward. If you start jacking up and trying to hold the cue ball, then you'll easily push that ball into the jaws. So, this is the one where you just jab it back like a foot if you can. That'll do it. Was you not watching any of that snooker, Tam? Look, Brissell's got it back to 14-10 behind, and that young boy's just showing signs of cracking a little at the end, missing a sitter of a green, and he could have won that final frame. Oh, it's going to be. Oh, I can't wait to this tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the other session with what do you call them? What the hell? I've forgotten the names as well. I'm that tired. Selby and Mark Allen. Mark Selby and Mark Allen. That's who they are. Well, there's a little bit of work to do here to get out of that where the 2 ball is onto the 3. Now, this is about touch. He's going to leave it long, but still got to just jab it in because you're holding the cue ball and stopping it leaking away and going behind something. And again, must get that decent little angle in the 5 just to get out of there. Well, that's enough angle. You've got, see, again, if I'm playing this 5 ball, I'm jabbing it in and going to the rail and coming out. I'm coming this way. So I'm jacking up and giving it a jab and coming back. Like that. That's perfect. Absolutely stone cold perfect. Straight through for the 7 into the corner. Or you can go forward and come out, whatever you're happy with. And, well, once again, you can either chicken out and just roll it in or come across, but make sure you don't scratch like that. Oh, what a numpty shot that was. I'm glad I got that in video. I'm glad I've got that. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you chicken out, you just drop it in and leave the cut. If you're brave, you go across, but you've got to get the pace right. And Chimpy suckered himself there. Did all the hard work. And, well, he still got the lead. Now, is this a crazy cut 2 onto the 8, or is it try and duck for cover here? Let's see what Bankster's up to, or is he going to bank it? He's trying to duck for cover. But in this game, he's not really got it. In fact, I think the gap's there anyway. Yep, he can get it clean. Well, that little bump on the 5 ball, I mean, it's one of these little tight, close cuts. But the cue ball's got to run. And loads of room into the side. Now, I wouldn't play this with a lot of left English because you don't want to run into the 5. You just want to get past the 5 and back up the table high enough. And that'll do it. So just dab this in and come out far enough to see the 6. That's all you really need to do. You can go 2 rails if you want, but as long as you're making sure you're seeing the 6. And this should be easy. Chimpy can rectify what happened in the last rack straight away here. And he'll be 1 away from revenge. So, we are just on 3 hours almost for tonight's tournament. And then depending how long the final goes, we could be knocking the door on 4 hours again for Friday Night 9-ball. A couple of balls have gone in, 6-ball was one of them. 1 ball I think may well have gone in the side. I can't remember whether it did or it didn't. It sounded like it. And a little jab on the 2. Now, I would have done a little jab on that because you're always likely to run into that 8 or 9. It needed a more gentle jab there just to stay this end of the table for the 3 rather than running up. But maybe he didn't think he could hold it. However, the bad news for Chimpy is that Bankster's got the 2 over the hole and he's staring down the barrel at a 3-9 combo to square to get back into the match. He's still 2 behind, but he's just got to get the line onto that 9. It's got to go that way. Yeah. Got it. So 3-2 to Chimpy. And this is very dry. And of course, Chimpy's right on the 1. Well, here's Albinario online. He's in for some snooker practice, no doubt. I don't know whether there's any more matches have maybe been scheduled tonight in the snooker tournament, because the only one that was still there is the one between Mr. Sharkey and Semi-Pro, which will be tomorrow night at I think it's 8 o'clock, 2000 hours British Summer Time, 3 PM Eastern Standard Time, noon Pacific Time, and One Pocket Slim said he's going to do that match, and Steve said he might be there. I'm not sure whether he will, but that's what he said last night. And that's perfect. Nicely on the 5. Everything's there. And this match should be over. So this is just a roll through. If anything, a little roll through and a bump in the rail just to get the cue ball out slightly. Just like that. Maybe slightly the wrong angle in the 7. But not a problem. Just a little roll through. And the further you go through, the further away you go, but the more you open the angle on this 8-ball. Oh dear. Well, when this final is over, it'll just be thanks for watching, folks, and good night, and I'm out. I'm heading south. So well done. Chimpy survives. He's got the revenge match. Well done to Bankster. Again, coming out with a profit. Maybe not an awful lot of profit, but he's coming out with more V dollars than he went in with. That's what counts. So we have another Friday Night 9-ball. The final will start as soon as they both get in, and it's a race to 9. And we'll get in. Slim's keen to get going. He's been waiting for probably the best part of an hour. I'll have a little lie back just to stretch my back. We'll have the lag for the break. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm on my last legs, folks. I don't mind admitting it. One half of my brain is already shut down. The remaining half of my brain wants to follow it. And I'm fighting to keep my eyes open. Well, tonight's tournament is sponsored by whatever it says in the table there, because I can't get up, I can't be bothered getting up to look at it. The billiard channel, that's what it is. And they have a YouTube channel. So we've got Slim in the right, Chimpy in the left, lag for the break. No handicap, scratch, of course. Well, I just wonder if Chimpy's going to show signs of wear and tear, because he's an hour ahead of me and it's 11:05 at night there. I saw in the news, or was it the teletext, and I saw that Spain had their highest April temperature the other day there, 38 degrees, goodness me, and they've still got the summer to come, so I don't know what temperatures they're going to have during the rest of the year. You know, come July and August, it's going to really be scorching. Well, Slim was trying to duck for cover behind those two balls, and he's just squirted out behind them. This one cuts. Plenty of room to get around behind that 2-ball. Well, he's missed the 6. Bumps the 5. Or whatever it is it a 3-ball? I don't know. I think Chimpy can still see the 2. Right, I'll remember that comment, Chimpy. We'll see if he's if he can stay focused, because I know I can't. I am going downhill rapidly here. Oh dear, Fruit Shop's arrived in the room. Fruit Loop, I'd rather call him rather than Fruit Shop. I think I blocked him from my, I think I added him to the block list on my YouTube channel, because I think he was in one night spouting crap in the stream, so I got rid of him. So there's no fear of him coming into the stream. I hope. Well, this is a toughie. He's trying to duck. Well, I don't know that he was trying to duck behind the 9 there. It's a strange shot how it ended up. Because he never got the English in the cue ball if he was trying to tuck that cue ball onto the rail behind the 9. So I'm not really sure what he tried. But it's given Chimpy a pretty good odds on here that he's going to get the first one on the board. Again, just roll up the table just a little bit, or up to the rail, whatever's comfortable. Dropping the 8 in and roll the 9 in is not a problem. There's a guy that I watch quite a few of his videos on YouTube, because he does quite a bit of reviews on space games, you know, like Dual Universe and all that type of stuff. And but while I was watching one of his videos, when it finished, up popped another one from another guy, so I clicked on that one, and he was talking about was it Dual Universe, how it's had all that funding and it seems to be going downhill really rapidly. I kept my eye on that game for years, Dual Universe, until I found out it was going to be a subscription service, and then I gave it a body swerve. I'd been hanging around and watching it for any videos on it for a long time, but this guy did a review the other day there, and I think from what he's saying, it's not looking good. I don't think they're getting the... It's like most of these things, if you don't get the amount of people that you need to subscribe, then it'll die in its feet, and that it's not looking good. Well, Luca Brissell has made it interesting, but the interesting thing was how that final frame went tonight. That young boy, I mean, they both had a couple of chances, but when Luca Brissell left that red over the corner pocket, I thought, well, he's definitely dead and buried in this frame. That's the last one going to Si Jiawei, and of course he pots the red. He ends up awkward. He gets himself out of that, and then he has a green that he should never ever miss. And you know, that's just the signs of the magnitude of the position he'd got himself to. Well, that's a cracking shot. Well, I mean, Brissell has come out of there, you know, fist pumping his supporters in the crowd because he's thinking he's had a great night, and he has. He's had a great night. He's got himself. All he's done is given himself a chance, and that's all he really could do, because he was dead in the water anyway. So he's given himself a chance. But I'll be watching that session tomorrow, and if he comes out, I'm hoping that Brissell wins the first two frames, because that then makes it really exciting. I want to see how this young boy responds. I mean, he could come out tomorrow and he could win the first 3 frames in the match, and that's it, done. He could win the first 4 frames that he needs. But if Brissell wins the first couple, then it's squeaky bum time. It'll be really interesting then. I mean, it'll still be an amazing escape. It'll be the second amazing escape that Brissell has done in the tournament. If he does that, you have to hand it to him if he manages that. Yeah, it would have been good to have a Scot in the semi-final, I must admit that. But I knew watching the match with Selby and Higgins that Higgins was going downhill rapidly. I was thinking that Higgins would run out of steam, and Selby just ground him to a stop. Well, I was saying that earlier about the scenario of the match that Si Jiawei is in at the moment against Brissell. It's a totally different match. Brissell goes for his shots, he takes risks, he makes loads of mistakes. There's a fair chunk of the frames that Si Jiawei has got where they've not necessarily been handed to him in a platter, because he still had to pot balls, but Brissell has made mistakes at the wrong time in a frame when he's been in and he's at the table at his mercy and he's rattled a ball or he's hung a ball, and then it's just Si Jiawei coming to the table to tidy up what's left and pinch the frame or make a decent break. If he gets through and he ends up playing either Selby or Mark Allen, it doesn't matter who he plays, he's going to get a whole different type of competition. You know, he's going to be up against 2 guys who know how to deal with these situations. They're not going to be doing what Luca Brissell's doing. That's not going to happen. It's going to become into a strategy battle. And of course it will come into play where who takes on the long pots, who gets them successfully and can capitalise on it. Now that's where Si Jiawei is in contention because we've seen how well he pots balls. But then you add into the equation the magnitude of what he's having to do. He's in a final. He's got millions of Chinese people watching him. He's getting people sending him messages. And people will be getting inside his head, telling him, "Oh, you know what you can do here," and all of that stuff. I just hope that somebody's looking after him, you know, and telling him the right things. But Selby, the way he's playing the way he plays when he wins world titles. Simple as that. He'll grind. You know, I watched him battle for 20 minutes today when he needed a snooker and got the snooker and then won the frame. You know, he will grind it out. You know, you just can't give him anything. And he will run you down, and that's why they get taken off early, because the first frame of the day was 45 minutes. He'll grind on as long as you want to, and he'll tire you out. I think Mark Allen has done brilliant so far, but this is why the World Championships is such a test, because you've got to stay with it, and when you get to the semi-final stages, you're only halfway through the tournament because you've got all these frames still to play. And it's a huge test of your stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, back to matters in hand. Chimpy, heading on the road to revenge, has a 3-1 lead. Well, he's got himself in trouble here. Now, can he get through the gap and try and kick this? Yes, he can, and he's got a dead-on hit. That was well done. How's his luck? Where's my B button went to? Couldn't find my donut there. Well, not a lot of luck there. And not a guarantee that Slim's going to get himself out here either. He needs to get good on that 6 ball. He's the wrong side of the 5, but got loads of room. Yes, I've been talking snooker all night. I've been watching that match with the match at the World Championships. I've been watching that on my phone all night while I've been watching this. So, forward and around the angles or back. Not just forward, I think the angle was straighter than I thought it was. Well, just got to tuck behind the 8 and around and out, and that's perfect. So Slim back to within 1. Trying his stopper break with the cue ball, trying to plant it, and gets a ball, but he's going to have to duck for cover here. Now he needs to get this really thin if he's going to try and sneak up towards that 2 and 8 and behind the 4. Well, he had the right idea. Well, he'll still take that though, because he's left nothing on. You can see a little tad, but the bump in the 6 has undone what could have been a reasonable safety. Slim can get the cut on this, but can he get up the table? That's the question. 2 ball just below the 8, and he's managed to get out there clean. Oh dear, that's not what he wanted. Well, you give it a blast, and hope. And the outcome again isn't too bad. Jump stick to the rescue. No, close, but no cigar. Well, this is it's very easy to get into the cue ball too much here if you're trying to hold for the 3. Yeah, he's decided it wasn't worth the risk. You know, he could have dug into that to try and hold for the 3, and then he'd be more than likely scratching in the side pocket. So he's trying to get cover. He's got it. Easy kick though. Now I readjusted my camera for the snooker table, but that's why we're further away from this end. Well, there's plenty of room to go on the 3, but again, Slim is ducking for cover. And once again, he's just got it. Oh, hang on a minute. The two of them were racing to get to that corner pocket, but the 2 ball won the race. It's gone in. The 4 ball ducked behind the 9 there. Tell a lie, that's the 8 ball that's behind the 9. I keep mixing up the 8 ball with the 4 ball on this blue cloth. Now he has to go forward to brush off the 9 to get out of there. Needs a nice touch in the 5. Well, he got it really thin. And now, well, that isn't a billiard. I mean, it could be an attempted stun onto it to get it, but it's hit and miss this. If you want to take the risk, I think it's worth taking the risk, to be honest with you. Oh, he's trying to bank it into the pocket using the 8 ball. Made the pocket a lot bigger. That was a more sensible shot than my idea. I never even noticed the 8 ball there. What's that film? I don't know who was in it. Is it Eyes Wide Shut or something like that? That's exactly the way I am at the moment. Was that a Tom Cruise film? Eyes Wide Shut? I think that was the name of it. I've never seen it, but I think that was the name of it. So, Chimpy with a 4-2 lead. And we are 3 hours and 23 minutes into tonight's tournament. And a ball in the break, shot in the 1. Now this is a wee bit tricky to try and get up above the 2 because of where the 4 and 5 are. Very easy to run into them if you're trying to tuck the 1 in and come across and get up the table for the 2. In fact, I don't know whether that cuts. That's pretty tight to get that thin. Yeah, that's why he didn't go for it. So Slim's trying to duck away here, but he hasn't come trying to get straight behind that 7 there, but he's just sneaked out. Although nothing's easy. Well, this could possibly be a two-way shot here. If you try and cut the one, you might bump the cue ball into the 9, but he's dragged that cue ball right off the one there. That was a good shot. Making sure he was avoiding the 9 to get himself on the 2. And of course there's trouble ahead, because this 4 ball, well, you can get to it, but it's not easy to get to it. So that's going to be the big test here. Oh, now this might get ugly. Well, I don't think he can get enough of that to cut it. It's cutting more towards the side pocket than it is the pocket up in the corner. Yeah, that was really tough. How's that look? Well, I think he'll settle for that, because this isn't easy. I think that's well, he can see enough of it to cut it. He needs to be careful he doesn't just cut it into the 7 if that's what he's doing. You'd actually want to try and cut that behind the 7, but I don't think there's enough room. Well, he's going for the bank by the look of it. You know, he's jumping, but is he banking it? Or is he cutting it? He's going for the bank. Well, if you can get away with it like that, I mean, you've left absolutely nothing easy here. You live to fight another day, possibly. Good cut in the 4 though. Oh, needed to come around behind that 5 and clean. So now there's nothing on. I mean, there's a cut up into the top left, which is what he's going for. These are not easy. They're hit and miss, but he's played that perfect. That's excellent. Oh, straightforward 8 and 9 for a 5-2 lead. So Slim's just going to have to try and temper the flow here and keep in touch. Can only do that when he gets to the table though. Yeah, that's a good idea. I think I'll do the same. Bathroom break. Right, I'm back. Where have we got to? Well, we've got Chimpy at the table. Going to have to do a good shot here to get on this 5 though. I don't think it goes past the 9. No, there's no room there. Trying to get back up the table. Good effort. Well, the 5 isn't dropping into the side and he couldn't have finished any worse. Stuck across the top of the 6. Well, as I go at the bank, where's the cue ball going? Oh dear. Now, that's exactly what Slim needed. Because he was staring 6-2 there. And he's been gifted a lifeline. No, I just thought that, as Chimpy was taking a bathroom break, I thought it was a good time for me as well, because that just means that I can just go straight to bed now. So I killed two birds with one bladder, so to speak. So Slim has that lifeline. He gets another rack in the board just to try and stay in touch. But needs a ball and a shot, and I don't think he's getting it. And the 2, I think, tried to come to his rescue there, but it hasn't. Get enough of the 1. Well, this all looks fairly straightforward. Pot the 2, pot the 3, and when you pot the 4, stun across for the 5. That would be the plan. But when you stun across for the 5, in fact, you're probably better cutting the 4 in the other way so that you're going to the long rail on the right first. That's probably the best way to go if you go that way and come across. I think he's too straight, that's the problem. Because what you don't want to do is that, because you've ended up dead straight pretty much. There's an angle, so that's fine. You can spin this down, the only danger is scratching in the corner. You've got to go to the rail and then get it spinning. Oh, hang on a minute, he's decided he ain't scratching the corner, the side pocket looks better. Oh dear. Well, Slim has an invitation to the party. Now what's happened to Slim? Is he fallen asleep? Oh, there we go, he's come to life. Probably can't believe he's back at the table. I think he'd maybe nipped away to the bathroom himself there, thinking it was all over this rack. He's the wrong side of the 8. He needed to get, he had loads of room to get down to here on this 8 ball, just drop up for the 9. So now he's going to have to tweak this cue ball and get it moving. 1, 2, 3. Is he going to end up in that square? Yep, he's gone too far. Well, it still cuts. Now, how's the line? Well, he'll not be cutting this with any great pace, I don't think. And he's gone to the side rail. And so that lifeline has been thrown back. right into Chimpy's face. He's got a thin chip on this 9. And the only thing you need to be careful here is that you're not trying to help it in, because you could easily then drop down into this corner pocket with the cue ball. And he's avoiding that, so that's a chance come and gone. That's like a 2-rack swing right there. So 6-3 to Chimpy. Right, see you later, Tam. Thanks for watching. Well, 2 ball has gone. It'd be I don't know whether he can get enough of the 1 ball to try a crazy billiard onto the 8. I don't think he can. I don't know whether that's in line for the combo. Yeah, well, he's actually ended up billiarding the 8, and he's scratched as well. So again, for the 3rd time. And Slim's thrown away one of those opportunities. This is a 3rd one with ball in hand. Nobody plays next. This is the final. It's a race to 9, and then I'm off to bed. Because I have been here for how many minutes now? Somebody can work this out. I have been streaming for 274 minutes. So that is 240, 4.5 hours at least I've been here. Friday night 9 ball won't be, well, I say it won't be, there's still a possibility it could be 4 hours for the tournament tonight. And it could well be if Slim gets his act together here and gets himself right back in it. Well, I'm pretty much certain I'm giving him this rack. So there's Wenny in the room, who is one of the very few females in VP4, and I believe she's from South Africa, because she has a South Africa flag. So Slim gets a 7 ball, no shot in the 1, just trying to duck for cover, and not a bad effort at it either. That's well done. Well, it's not difficult to hit the 1. What's difficult is not leaving anything on. Now, I think that was legal. I think he just caught the 1 before the 6. Yeah. And I think I would settle for that as an outcome. I mean, there's nothing left on that's obviously easy here. You can try cutting the 1 onto the 2. Problem is that the cue ball's going to run to the 3, and the 1 ball might end up on this short rail. But he's looking for another outcome, and that isn't bad either. Now, can Chimpy, I don't think whether he can get enough of that 1. Yes, he can. He could just get there. Need that angle on the 4. So this will be side rail, bottom rail, and back out off the 3rd rail. Now, is this a bit too straight, or is there enough to work with there? Plenty of room to work with. So it's all about getting to the 8 ball. Now again, this is a 3 railer or a 4 railer, but the 9 ball comes into play doing this. He's going the other way, I think. He needs to watch the side pocket on the right side. Oh, he's going forward now. So watch out for that 9 ball. 1, 2, I think the pace is good. Avoids any problems with the 9 ball. And a nice angle on the 8 just to either stun straight up the table or go to the rail and out for the 9. Watch the side pocket. Dyson with death there, Chimpy. But the lead goes to 3, 7 racks to 4. Again, the 1 ball tried to go in the side. Well, this is going to be a quick rack because the 9 is right over the top corner pocket. The 4 is right on top of it. And it's all about dealing with the 1 ball and getting some sort of sight on that 2 ball. And this is not great though for that, because it's a dodgy thin cut in the 1. The 2 balls go in the other direction. Well, it's now going to be very quick because the 1 is over the pocket. Slim can just run into it off the side rail if he needs to. A little touch, in fact he can get it clean, so it's just a 2 straight down the rail. And Slim's back in action. Now he needs to get that ball in a shot this time. And again, just when you want that, you ain't getting it. It's dry, but it's safe. And all that Chimpy's got is the push out somewhere. Can't see any of the 1. And what he doesn't want to do is leave Slim an option where he can just stop the cue ball and lock Chimpy up, and that's not bad because it's a really touchy shot to try anything like that here for Slim. Now the 1 ball will cut up the rail if he's crazy enough to try it, but he's not really. He was trying to tuck it away. It's going to be the jump escape. I get my buttons working here, that's better. So this for the cut in the 1. Oh dear, another scratch. That's about the 4th scratch in this match for Chimpy. Once again with ball in hand though, Slim's going to have to get a bump, and that's worked out perfect. That couldn't have landed and hit any better than that. Oh, he took a big risk there, and suddenly it's gone a wee bit pear-shaped. I mean, he's on the 5. It does go straight past the 9. But he's running away from the 6 doing this. But that's fine, he's played it well. Once again though, it's up and down the table, or down and up the table, however you want to say it. anywhere in the middle of the table, he's on the 7. But once again wants that angle to get out onto the 8, and he's got that. That's perfect. It gives him two choices of what he can do. He can just go forward to the rail and out, but out far enough. Or he could have come back and if he was really ambitious and played the 8 into the side, but that's a lot of unnecessary movement of the cue ball doing that. So Slim is back to within 1, and again he's hoping for that ball in the shot, and if he gets that, he's really on Chimpy's tail. And again, as well, 7 ball thought about it, 8 ball thought about it, and nothing has gone. Now, has the 3 ball came to his rescue though? Well, it has as far as a direct shot, but again, it's dangerous to try short jump shots. If you're trying short jump shots across the table, it's very easy to send that cue ball onto the floor. So he's looking for somewhere to push. Now, what can Slim come up with here? He could, of course, put Chimpy back in. I don't think he'll be doing that, though. He's trying to come up with something. Oh dear, he didn't want to hit the 2. He needs to get the legs, and he hasn't. Now, if you just play this soft enough, you're going to bump the 1 in and bump the 2. Problem is the 4 ball's blocking the pocket, even if you do bump it. No guarantee that this is going to turn out right. But the 2's come out, and it still can be cut though. It's not come out too far. Cue ball, of course, then is running all around the table. Well, we are 3 hours and 48 minutes into tonight's tournament, so we are heading towards the 4 hours. And he's got the 2, and he does have a shot in the 3. Now this is just roll it in dead weight. That's all you're doing, because you don't have to worry about the cue ball. You're going to be on the 4. It's all about the pot. He's overcut it, but he's overcut it, and it's safe, I think. I don't think that's cutting. But it will reverse bank if Slim fancies it. The other thing is, if he gets it wrong, there's a chance he might still kick the 4 in doing it. Now he's trying to duck again in behind the 6. I don't know whether Coldest Pillow's in the stream. I don't know whether he's still here. Oh, that was brave. Did everything but go in. But now Slim just has to drop the 3 in and stay there. It's going to be a 5-8 combo to follow. Can't do much with the cue ball where he's stuck. All it's about doing is seeing the 5. And again, this is just a dead weight roll on to the 8. Just to stop the cue ball leaking away too far. Oh, now hang on a minute here. What's he done here? He's going to have to try and bail out with the jump stick. Oh, well, he did well getting the pot. No luck. I mean, he can still cut the 6 across the table. But this is again another testy one. And again, he's got a shot. It just managed to get the right side of this to still be able to play the cut. Needs another nice bump. And that's better. He's had 3 bumps in this rack, I think, and that's the first one that's come out pretty good. Fairly straight in 9, not too bad. So this to square the match. Now, is his break going to work this time? And I think the answer to that is no. 6 and 7 are tied up. Let's have a look at the way they're set. Well, it can certainly be made. It's not dead set, that 6 and 7. Chimpy at the table with a chance, but going to have to deal with that 6 and 7. And of course, the 3 and 4 ball where they are. He's got to get half decent on the 3. Well, this is a wee bit more angle on this 3 than you would like to play the shot I'm thinking about, because you would normally just roll this 3 in and go forward and play that 4 into the side. You see, he's now come out and played it into the other side because of the angle, and that'll work. And this is just a little stun in and down for the 5, or to simplify it, you roll forward for the 5, but if you're rolling forward for the 5, the further forward you go, the closer to the rail you go, and the less likelihood you're going to be able to get good enough into the cue ball to pot that 5 and try and come up here for the 6 and 7. And I don't know whether that's any good either. Well, he's got an angle. Now, the angle he's got, you would want to run straight forward around the angles and down. The problem is this. That's the problem. Where the 9 ball sat. Well, this is interesting. He looks as if he's made his mind up he's going for the bank. Or is he trying to thin cut this and make the 7? Oh, that's well done. It did go. But he's going to have to dig out something else here. It's going to be the bank this time. Or he could try cutting the 6 onto the 9. But I think it's odds on it'll be the bank. And that's going to come back the other way at that pace. And Slim has gilt edge opportunity to get to the hill. Well, these scratches that Chimpy's had, Slim's managed to take some advantage from them. And that final bank there in this rack Give Slim the lead. And this time something has gone, but the cue ball's landed right on top of the one. No shot. Well, he's trying to push this to the rail and try and get the cue ball up with the 6. That looks too heavy, if that's what he was trying. But what do I know? That's landed nice. Well, it did land nice because it went straight into the back of the 6. There's still plenty of room to jump over the 6 to hit the 1. But there's also a 2 or 3 railer to kick into the 1, but he hasn't picked a line. So this is not a guaranteed out, simply because he's going to have to start with a combo unless he can see the 1 ball anywhere else. Well, he can get in behind it for the side, that'll work. I don't think there was enough room. He's right on top of the 1, so 1 ball and 2 ball not a problem. Now again, he must leave himself this side of the 3 because you want to get up table to play the 4 on the side, unless the 4 will go past the 7 as well, so that's handy. But in fact that's what he'll be doing because he's the wrong side of the 3. So 4 up top. But and the angle now on the 4 is perfect to come back to the left here on the left hand side in between the 8 and 9 for this 6 ball. Well, I mean it's fine as far as the 6 ball goes, but got to leave that angle. Well, now I think you can slam this in and get it running. Well, he's leaving it. Well, he's got the spin working. I thought it was just going to die there, but he got some spin on it, so now he's good, and I can get to bed. And we are just short of 4 hours. But Slims did well to just hang in there, but he was given those opportunities. And well, Chimpy isn't going to get revenge tonight. But it was a good battle all the way, so well done to Slim. Well done to Chimpy getting to the final. And I thank you for watching. Take care and good night all. Oh, there's Dwight. It's hello and goodbye. We will see you all again soon. Take care. I'm off to bed.